Welcome to Eternal Darkness, where nightmares come to life. I'll be your host through these twisted tales tonight. Before we descend into the shadows, remember to like and subscribe to join our growing community of horror enthusiasts. Get comfortable, turn down the lights, and prepare yourself as we begin our journey into the unknown.
I'm writing this down because the images won't stop playing in my head. Not to convince anyone of anything, just to get it out where I can see it as words instead of feelings that wake me at 3 in the morning. Last October, my younger brother Tyler and I decided to take a budget road trip through the Southwest. We rented a compact sedan, the cheapest one available, and planned our route from cheap motel to cheap motel. We kept a cooler in the back seat filled with sandwiches and water bottles, saving money wherever we could. The whole point was to put distance between us and our regular lives, our jobs, our inboxes that never stopped filling. We had spent 3 days near Moab, hiking and taking photos before pointing the car south. We hit US 163 just as afternoon was turning to evening. The road stretched ahead of us, impossibly straight, with those massive red buttes rising on either side like ancient monuments. Tyler was 26, 3 years younger than me, and he had his feet up on the dashboard despite my protests. He was flipping through a worn atlas, the kind with actual paper pages, because his phone had died hours ago and he'd forgotten his charger at the last motel. The sun was setting behind the formations near the Utah-Arizona border, painting everything in shades of orange and crimson that looked almost artificial. I remember thinking how the rocks seemed to glow from within, holding on to the last rays of light. We passed a few other vehicles heading the opposite direction, but the southbound lane was mostly empty, just us and the endless asphalt and the gathering dusk. Around mile marker 13, we spotted that famous pullout. You've probably seen it in photographs, the one where the road cuts straight through the valley with the buttes framing the horizon. We pulled off without discussion, both of us knowing we wanted to see the sunset properly. We climbed out and stood there with our jackets zipped up against the cooling air, hands shoved deep in our pockets, watching the colors shift and darken. A small group of tourists was there too, a family with 2 kids who were chasing each other around their minivan. The father nodded at us and said something about the view being worth the stop. His wife was taking photos with a professional-looking camera, adjusting her lens to catch the last good light. They packed up their kids and drove off about 15 minutes before full dark, calling out a cheerful, "Have a good night" as they pulled away. Tyler and I were more stubborn. We wanted to see the stars come out, wanted to catch that moment when the sky transitions from blue to black and the first pinpricks of light appear. We stood there in the growing darkness, watching the constellations emerge one by one. The temperature dropped fast once the sun was gone completely. The desert does that. Scorching during the day, then cold enough to make you shiver once night falls. By the time we finally headed back to the car, it was fully dark. Not the kind of dark you get in a city or even in a suburb, but true darkness. The kind where your eyes keep trying to adjust and never quite manage it. The stars were brilliant overhead, so many of them that they looked like someone had spilled salt across black velvet. I fumbled with my keys, the metal cold against my fingers, and started the engine. The headlights cut into the night, showing us the empty road ahead. I eased forward slowly, planning to merge back onto the highway. We had maybe 60 miles to go before our next motel, and I was already thinking about a hot shower and a bed. That's when I felt it. A bump, small but definite, as the right rear tire rolled over something. It made a sound like a bottle cap or a piece of broken glass. The tire thumped once, twice. Then the handling went soft and loose. "Damn it," I said, gripping the steering wheel. The car pulled slightly to the right. "Flat?" Tyler asked, though he already knew the answer. I rolled us back into the pullout because there was nowhere else to go. The highway stretched empty in both directions, and the next pullout was miles away. We sat there for a moment, engine still running, both of us staring ahead at nothing. Neither of us wanted to get out, though neither of us would have admitted it then. We'd both changed tires before. It was one of those basic skills our father had insisted on teaching us. Standing in our driveway on a Saturday afternoon, making us do it 3 times each until we could go through the process without thinking. This shouldn't have been a big deal, just annoying. A delay in our plans, maybe 20 minutes of work in the cold. I popped the trunk and we climbed out. The hazard lights started their rhythmic clicking, the amber glow pulsing across the asphalt. The trunk held the standard emergency kit, a scissor jack still in its plastic wrapper, a lug wrench that looked like it had never been used, a compact spare tire, one of those reflective warning triangles, and a wax-wrapped road flare that was probably older than our rental car. The night air hit my face, dry and sharp. Tyler pulled out the jack while I grabbed the lug wrench. We'd done this dance before. We knew the steps. There was something comforting about that, about having a routine to follow, even in an unfamiliar place. I positioned myself by the rear tire and ran my hand along the pinch weld, feeling for the right spot to place the jack. The metal was cold enough to sting my fingertips. I found the groove and slid the jack saddle into place, making sure it was properly seated. Tyler worked on loosening the lug nuts, turning each one a quarter turn in a star pattern, just like we'd been taught. They resisted at first, then gave way with small grunts of effort from him. I looked around for something to use as a wheel chock. There wasn't much out there, just scrub brush and dust and darkness. I found a rock about the size of my fist and wedged it in front of one of the front tires. Not perfect, but it would do. Traffic was sparse. Every 10 minutes or so, a set of headlights would appear in the distance, growing slowly larger, then rushing past us with a whoosh of displaced air. Then nothing again, just the vast empty darkness and the clicking of our hazard lights. The silence between vehicles was total. No insect sounds, no bird calls, nothing. Just wind that came in gusts, carrying dust and that endless desert smell of sage and stone. I knelt by the jack and started cranking the handle. Up, down, up, down. The car began to lift slowly, the tire leaving the ground inch by inch. The motion was hypnotic, repetitive. Tyler stood nearby, the lug wrench in one hand, watching me work. He was quiet, which wasn't unusual, but there was something in his posture that seemed more alert than the situation required. That's when the smell arrived. It came on the wind, but it was completely wrong for the temperature. Metallic, like a handful of hot pennies, mixed with something organic and damp, like hair after someone's been sweating under a hat all day. I paused mid-crank, my nose wrinkling. "You smell that?" I asked. Tyler nodded slowly. "Yeah, thought it was just me. Maybe a semi's brakes somewhere down the road," I offered, though I didn't believe it even as I said it. The smell was too close, too immediate, and there hadn't been a truck in the past 10 minutes. "Maybe," Tyler said, but he didn't sound convinced either. I kept cranking, up, down, up, down. The rhythm helped me push away the uneasiness creeping into my chest. This was just a flat tire. We'd be done in 15 minutes and back on the road. The smell would fade. It was probably nothing. Across the road from where we'd stopped, a livestock fence ran parallel to the highway. I could barely make it out in the darkness, just a series of vertical posts connected by wire, stretching away in both directions. Beyond it was scrub brush and open desert, and beyond that the dark shapes of the rock formations we'd been admiring at sunset. They looked different now, heavier somehow, like sleeping giants. Our headlights pointed forward and slightly right, creating a cone of illumination that didn't reach very far, just enough to outline the nearest fence posts and throw weak shadows across the brush. Everything outside that narrow beam was invisible. I was focused on the jack, counting the cranks in my head when Tyler stopped talking. We'd been discussing tomorrow's route, whether to take the scenic road through Canyon to Chelly or push straight through to Flagstaff, but he'd gone silent mid-sentence. I glanced up and saw him staring past me, toward the fence line. "What?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. His eyes were tracking something I couldn't see, moving slowly from left to right. The lug wrench hung loose in his grip. "Tyler, what is it?" "Something's out there," he said quietly, "by the fence." I stopped cranking and turned to look, but I couldn't see anything, just darkness and the dim outlines of posts. What kind of something? I don't know. It's pacing. He said it like he was working through a problem. I swear it's moving in time with your jack handle. When you pump, it steps. When you stop, it stops. Come on, I said, forcing a laugh that came out wrong. It's probably just... Try it, he interrupted. Keep going. Watch. I turned back to the jack and cranked the handle. Up, down. And then I heard it. Faint but distinct. The sound of footsteps on gravel. Light and measured, coming from somewhere across the road. Click, click, matching my rhythm exactly. I froze. The steps stopped. My heart was suddenly loud in my ears. I made myself move the jack handle again. Slowly. Up, down. The footsteps resumed. Click, click. See? Tyler's voice was tight. It's keeping pace. I wanted to tell him he was imagining things, that we were both tired and spooked by the darkness and the isolation. But I could hear it too. Something was out there, hidden in the shadows beyond our headlights, moving when we moved, stopping when we stopped. The smell grew stronger. That hot metal scent, laced with something damp and wrong. I felt it coat the inside of my nose, settle in the back of my throat. It's staying at the edge of the lights, Tyler said. Look, right there, where the beam stops. It doesn't want to come into the full light. He was right. I could sense movement in that border zone, that space between what we could see clearly and what was hidden in darkness. A subtle shifting, like something was testing the boundaries of our visibility. Let's just get this done, I said, hearing the shake in my own voice. Fast. I cranked harder, trying to speed up the process. The steps across the road accelerated to match. Tyler swore under his breath and knelt down, readying himself to pull the damaged tire free once the car was high enough. His hands were shaking slightly, but he kept his focus on the task. We got the wheel off, and I slid it under the rocker panel as a safety measure, standard procedure in case the jack slipped. My father's voice in my head, never trust a jack alone, always have a backup. The spare was ready, the metal hub visible in the dim glow of our headlights. That's when the smell intensified so much I actually gagged. It rolled over us like a wave, thick and cloying, making my eyes water. And at the same moment the car rocked. Not from our side, not from anything we were doing, from the front. The movement was subtle but unmistakable, a small shift in the car's weight, like someone had leaned against the front bumper, just enough to make the chassis creak, to send a vibration through the frame that I felt in my hands where they rested on the quarter panel. Did you touch the front? I asked Tyler. Though I could see he was still kneeling by the rear wheel, the spare tire gripped in both hands. No, that wasn't me. We both stared at the front of the car. The headlights continued to shine into the empty night. Nothing visible, nothing that made sense. Hey, I said louder than I needed to, my voice cracking slightly. Hey, back off. I didn't know who I was talking to. Didn't know if anyone was even there to hear. But saying something felt necessary, felt like I was establishing a boundary even if I had no way to enforce it. For a moment, nothing happened. The desert wind gusted around us, cold and indifferent. Then I saw it, something long and dark sliding under the front bumper, low to the ground, almost flat against the asphalt. At first glance, I thought it was a trash bag that had blown across the road, or maybe a tumbleweed dragging itself along. But it moved with purpose. It moved deliberately. It slithered under the car, toward the engine block, and I heard a sound that made my stomach clench. A slow drag across the oil pan, metal on metal, not hard enough to punch through, but firm enough to leave a mark. The scraping moved from front to back, deliberate and exploratory, like fingers reading Braille. Then came a softer sound, almost musical, a ping near the crossmember like someone had flicked a fingernail against the underside of the car. Tyler's face had gone pale in the headlight's backwash. What the hell is under there? I don't know, I said, and I could hear my own breathing getting faster. Get away from the side. Stand up. He rose quickly, still holding the spare tire like a shield. The car shifted again. That same small rock from the front. The jack held. Thank God. The jack held, but my hands were shaking as I gripped the quarter panel. The smell was overwhelming now. Not just hot metal anymore, but something else underneath it. Something organic and rotten like meat left in the sun. My throat convulsed and I had to swallow hard to keep from being sick. "There's something under the car," Tyler said, stating the obvious because sometimes when you're scared, you need to say things out loud to make them real. I don't know what we need to do." I looked down the highway and saw salvation in the form of headlights. Far down the road, maybe a mile out, a single vehicle approaching from the south. Help, or at least witnesses, or at least someone else's headlights to add more illumination to this nightmare. Whatever was under the car seemed to notice too. The scraping stopped. The pressure against the front bumper released. And then I caught a glimpse of movement, something pulling back, sliding away from the undercarriage, retreating toward the passenger side. "It's moving," Tyler said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "It's going to the right side, where they won't see it when they pass." He was right. The thing, whatever it was repositioning itself, staying hidden, staying in the blind spots where an approaching driver wouldn't catch it in their headlights. It was smart. Or at least it was acting with intelligence, with calculation. I wanted to wave my arms at the approaching vehicle, wanted to scream for help. But what would I say? What could I possibly explain? Two guys changing a tire on a dark road didn't look like an emergency from a distance, and I was terrified that if I did something to make the car slow down or stop, I might be putting someone else in danger. "We need light," I said. More light. Now. Tyler was already moving, dropping the spare tire and lunging for the trunk. He grabbed the reflective triangle and the road flare, his hands fumbling with the wax wrapper. The paper tore in his shaking fingers. "Don't throw it at the car," I said quickly, suddenly terrified he might set our rental on fire in his panic. "I'm not going to throw it at the car," he snapped back, and I heard the fear in his voice matching my own. He got the wrapper off and struck the flare against its cap. It caught immediately with a harsh hiss, bathing us in angry red light. Chemical smoke streamed from the tip, and Tyler's face looked demonic in the glow. Without hesitating, he jammed the flare through the bottom crossbar of the warning triangle, wedging it in place so the two pieces formed a single unit, a standing torch. "I'm going past it," he said. "Tyler, don't." But he was already moving, running forward with the burning triangle held out in front of him. He got about 10 feet ahead of our car, level with where the front bumper ended, and then he put his whole body behind the throw. Not at the thing, not toward the fence. He threw it past where the creature had been, lobbing the flaming triangle into the scrub brush beyond the fence line. The road flare landed about 20 feet past the fence. Still attached to the triangle, both of them tumbling end over end before settling into the brush. The triangle caught on something and stayed upright, creating exactly what Tyler had intended. A bright point of light on the far side of our unseen stalker. The effect was immediate and terrible. The creature was backlit. We couldn't see it directly, couldn't make out details with any clarity. But the light threw its shadow back toward us, and more importantly, the glow behind it showed us the outline of what had been hiding in that narrow band of darkness. The torso was wrong, too long, stretched like someone had grabbed a human body at both ends and pulled. The legs bent backward at the knee, then forward again, then backward once more. Too many joints, moving in ways that made my brain ache trying to process the mechanics. Arms that reached too far, hanging past where they should have ended, with fingers or something like fingers that seemed to multiply as I watched. But it was the head that made me stop breathing, proportioned all wrong, too wide, set at an angle that suggested the neck could rotate further than it should. The thing flinched. Not dramatically, not like in a movie where the monster rears up and roars. It flinched the way any animal flinches when sudden bright light hits it unexpectedly fast, automatic, driven by instinct. A whole body shudder that traveled from its misshapen head down through that too long torso. And then it moved. God, the way it moved. It peeled away from our car in a motion that seemed to defy physics, a low loping run that covered distance impossibly fast, like watching footage in fast forward. It flowed over the uneven ground, navigating brush and rocks without breaking stride, its backward bending legs propelling it forward in bounds that ate up yards with each stride. It dropped behind a hump of scrub brush and kept going, heading south parallel to the highway, away from the light, away from us. Within seconds, it had moved far enough that the flare's glow couldn't reach it anymore, and it vanished into the vast darkness of the desert. The smell faded with it. Not immediately, but gradually, like smoke clearing from a room when you open a window. The hot metal scent thinned, then disappeared entirely, leaving only the clean desert smell of sage and dust. The approaching vehicle passed us without slowing. A pickup truck, moving at highway speed. Its driver probably never even noticing two guys standing frozen by a rental car with its hazards on. Just another breakdown on a lonely road. Nothing to see, nothing worth stopping for. I realized I was gripping the car's quarter panel so hard my fingers had gone numb. I forced them to release, flexing them to get blood flowing again. My whole body felt like it had been clenched into a fist. "Did you see?" Tyler started. "Yeah. The way it..." "Yeah." We stood there for a moment, neither of us moving, both of us staring at the spot where the thing had disappeared. The road flare continued to burn in the distance, a single point of angry red light that seemed suddenly very far away and very alone. "We need to finish," I said finally. "We need to finish and get out of here." Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. He grabbed the spare tire from where he'd dropped it and rolled it toward the hub. His hands were shaking so badly that I had to help him guide it onto the studs. We worked together, not talking, our movements quick and jerky with adrenaline. He threaded the lug nuts on with his fingers, screwing them down as far as they would go, then grabbed the wrench. He hit each one in the star pattern we'd been taught, the wrench clicking and catching with each pull. My boot was under the jack handle, ready to lower the car the moment he was done. "Tighter," I said, hearing the tremor in my voice. "They're tight. Make them tighter." He didn't argue. He went around again, leaning into the wrench with more force, making sure each nut was seated as firmly as possible. I didn't want to break down again. Not here. Not anywhere within 100 miles of here. When he nodded, I lowered the jack slowly, watching to make sure the spare settled properly, that nothing slipped or shifted. The car came down evenly, and the donut compressed under the weight but held firm. We pulled the jack free and tossed it into the trunk, threw the damaged tire in after it, not bothering to secure anything properly. The lug wrench went in next, clattering against the metal. I slammed the trunk lid harder than necessary, the sound echoing across the empty desert. We climbed into the car. I started the engine. It caught immediately, the dashboard lights glowing warm and familiar and normal. Tyler fastened his seatbelt with shaking hands, and I put the car in gear. I pulled out onto the highway carefully, not tearing away in a panic but not dawdling either. The donut wasn't rated for high speed, and the last thing we needed was to blow it out trying to escape. As we accelerated away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The road flare was still burning, a distant red point getting smaller and smaller. It would burn for another 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, and then it would go out, and that stretch of desert would be dark again. We passed mile marker 14, then 15. The rock formations that had looked so beautiful at sunset now felt oppressive, looming over us from both sides of the highway. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, on the painted lines that seemed like the only solid, trustworthy things in the world. Neither of us spoke for the first 10 miles. The only sounds in the car were the hum of the engine, the rhythmic thump of the donut tire against asphalt, and our breathing gradually slowing back to normal. The heater was on full blast, but I felt cold from the inside out, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with temperature. Around mile marker 25, Tyler finally broke the silence. "We can't tell anyone about this." "I know." "They'll think we're crazy." "I know." Another few miles of silence. The highway stretched ahead, empty and dark. No other vehicles in sight, just us and the road, and the desert that suddenly felt far less empty than it had before. "What was it?" Tyler asked. I don't know. But you saw. I saw something. I don't know what it was. I didn't want to give it a name, didn't want to categorize it or define it or make it more real than it already was. If I started down that path, started trying to explain what we'd seen, I'd have to confront the impossibility of it, the wrongness of those proportions, those movements, that intelligence. The way it moved when you threw the light, I said. It reacted. It understood what you were doing. Tyler nodded in the darkness. It was smart. It knew where to hide. Knew how to stay out of sight. Yeah, the implications of that were almost worse than the creature itself. This wasn't some mindless animal acting on instinct. It had been strategic, patient. It had waited in the exact spot where our headlights wouldn't reach it, where passing vehicles wouldn't spot it. It had matched its movements to the rhythm of our work, timing itself to our activities, and when Tyler had thrown the light behind it, eliminating its cover, it had retreated immediately rather than pressing an attack. It had been hunting us, or stalking us, or studying us, and we'd gotten lucky with that one clever throw. My hands hurt, Tyler said suddenly. I glanced over and saw him flexing his fingers, opening and closing them slowly. What happened? The lug wrench slipped. When I was loosening the nuts, scraped my knuckles on the ground. Let me see. I turned on the interior light. His right hand was bleeding from 3 knuckles, shallow scrapes but still raw and angry looking. We'll clean that when we stop. Where are we stopping? Good question. Our plan had been to push through to a cheap motel somewhere around Kayenta, but that was still 30 miles away. I looked at the gas gauge, 3/4 full. The donut was holding steady. Kayenta, I said, first place with lights. Okay. He turned off the interior light, and we drove in darkness again. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something following us, but there was only empty road stretching behind us, fading into the darkness. At mile marker 38, we passed another vehicle heading north. A sedan, maybe a family heading home from vacation, normal people living a normal night. I felt a weird disconnect, like we'd slipped into a different reality for an hour, and now we were trying to pretend we belonged back in the regular world. We should check the car, Tyler said. When we stop, look at where it was dragging under the front. Yeah. I didn't want to see whatever evidence that thing had left behind. But I knew we had to know if it was real, if we'd actually experienced what we thought we'd experienced. Signs started appearing for Kayenta. 20 miles, 15. The numbers counting down felt like a countdown to safety. When we finally saw lights on the horizon, the glow of gas stations and fast food restaurants and that universal orange haze that comes from street lights and parking lots, I felt something in my chest loosen slightly. I pulled off at the first exit and into the parking lot of a chain hotel. It wasn't fancy, just a 3-story rectangle with exterior doors and a small lobby. But it was blazingly lit, with floodlights in the parking lot that turned night into something approaching day. There were other cars parked in various spots, normal vehicles belonging to normal people who'd had normal evenings. I pulled into a space directly under one of the brightest lamps I could find. Put the car in park, turned off the engine. Neither of us moved to get out. We're okay, Tyler said. It sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Yeah, we made it. Yeah. We sat there for another minute. The parking lot lights harsh and wonderful through the windshield. Then I unlocked the doors and we climbed out. The lobby was small but clean, with that generic hotel smell of industrial cleaner and carpet shampoo. A young man behind the counter looked up from his computer as we entered, gave us a professional smile. Evening, checking in? Yeah, I said. 2 beds if you have it. Let me see what's available. He clicked through screens while we stood there, probably looking as rattled as we felt. If he noticed, he didn't comment, just went through the standard routine. ID, credit card, how many keys. Ice machine is down the hall. Breakfast starts at 6. We took the keys and went back out to get our bags. Tyler stopped by the front bumper of the car and knelt down. Come look at this. I joined him, and we both crouched in the harsh glare of the parking lot lights. The area under the front license plate bracket showed fresh damage. 5 or 6 straight grooves, running parallel to each other, evenly spaced. Deep enough that I could catch my fingernail in them. The metal was scored cleanly, the paint scraped away in neat lines. "What could do that?" Tyler asked. I had no answer. The marks were too regular to be from road debris, too precise to be from any tool I knew. They looked almost like claw marks, except that made no sense because claws would have left curved gouges, not these straight parallel lines. We moved around to the side of the car and I used my phone's flashlight to look up at the oil pan. There was a shallow scrape running lengthwise along the bottom, shallower than the marks on the front but just as clean. No rough edges, no tearing of the metal, just a smooth line where something had dragged across it. "We need to tell the rental company," Tyler said. "We need to tell them about a flat tire," I corrected. "That's all. We had a flat, we changed it, everything else is normal." "But, Tyler," I stood up, my knees cracking. "What are we going to say? Something crawled under the car and left marks? They'll charge us for the damage and that's it. There's no story we can tell that they'll believe, and no story that would help us even if they did." He stared at the gouges under the plate bracket for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay." We grabbed our bags from the trunk and headed to our room. It was on the second floor, accessed by an exterior staircase. The room was standard, 2 double beds, a TV mounted on the wall, a bathroom the size of a closet. Normal, safe, ordinary. I turned on every light, including the one in the bathroom. Tyler didn't question it. He dropped his bag on the bed nearest the window and immediately went to the sink. I dug through our shared first aid kit and found antibacterial ointment and Band-Aids. "Hold still," I said, and washed the scrapes on his knuckles under the faucet. The water ran pink for a few seconds, then clear. The damage wasn't bad, shallow scrapes that would heal in a few days, but I cleaned them carefully anyway, using more ointment than necessary, covering them with 3 Band-Aids even though 2 would have been enough. The routine was comforting. Medical care, basic first aid, something normal and human and explainable. Tyler sat on his bed still wearing his jacket, his feet up on the covers. I sat on mine the same way. The TV remote was between us, but neither of us reached for it. The room's heater kicked on with a rattle, and I was grateful for the noise, for something to fill the silence. "That smell," Tyler said after a while. "The hot metal smell." "Yeah, I've never smelled anything like that." "Me either." "And the way it moved. The joints. That wasn't." He stopped, unable or unwilling to finish the sentence. "I know. We sound crazy even talking about it." "I know." We sat there for a while longer, not talking, just existing in a well-lit room with a deadbolt on the door and other people in nearby rooms living their lives. Eventually, Tyler got up and took a shower. I could hear the water running, hear him moving around in the tiny bathroom. Normal sounds. Human sounds. When he came out, I took my turn. The water was almost too hot, but I stood under it anyway, letting it beat against my neck and shoulders, washing away the desert dust and the smell of fierce sweat, and hopefully some of the memory of what we'd seen. But when I closed my eyes, I could still see that silhouette thrown by the road flare. The impossible proportions. The wrong angles. The way it had moved with such fluid speed. I got out and dried off, dressed in clean clothes, tried to feel normal. Tyler was lying on top of his covers, staring at the ceiling. "You going to sleep?" he asked. "I'll try." "Yeah, me too." But neither of us did. I lay there in my bed listening to the sounds of the hotel footsteps in the hallway. A door closing somewhere, the ice machine running, traffic on the highway. Tyler tossed and turned in his bed, his breathing never settling into the deep rhythm of sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up and went downstairs. The lobby was empty except for the night clerk, a different person than the one who'd checked us in. I nodded at him and went to stand by the window that looked out over the parking lot. Our rental car sat under its lamp, looking small and ordinary. The damage we'd found was invisible from this distance. Just a compact sedan with a donut tire on the back. parked among a dozen other vehicles that all had their own stories, their own destinations. I stood there for over an hour, watching the parking lot, watching the road beyond it, watching the darkness at the edge of the lights, that border zone where visibility ends and imagination begins. Nothing moved except an occasional car on the highway, headlights cutting through the night. When dawn started to lighten the eastern sky, I finally went back upstairs. Tyler was sitting up in bed, his phone in his hands. "Couldn't sleep either?" I asked. "No." "Same." We packed up our things in silence, neither of us having gotten any real rest. But the sun was up, and daylight made the world feel manageable again, even if the memory of the previous night remained sharp and vivid. We checked out at 8 and found a hotel restaurant that served breakfast. The coffee was weak but hot, and I drank 3 cups. Tyler ordered more food than he could finish, pushing his scrambled eggs around his plate without eating much. We were both exhausted, running on adrenaline that had worn off hours ago. A local man in his 60s, wearing a worn work jacket and dusty boots, was pouring himself coffee at the same time we were filling our cups. He ended up sitting at the table next to ours, and I saw him glance over at us a few times while he ate. Finally, he leaned slightly in our direction. "You boys look like you had a rough night." Tyler and I exchanged glances. There was something in the man's tone, not curiosity exactly, but a kind of knowing recognition, like he'd seen that look before. "Had a flat tire," I said carefully. "On 163, near mile marker 13. The man's expression changed, just slightly, a tightening around his eyes. "What time was this?" "After dark. Maybe 8:30. He nodded slowly, took a sip of his coffee. "You boys shouldn't stop on that road after dark." "We didn't have much choice," Tyler said. "The tire went flat." "I understand that. But that road," he paused, seemed to be choosing his words. "The people who've lived here a long time, we don't stop on that stretch after sundown. Not if we can help it." "Why not?" I asked, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. The man met my eyes. "There are things out there that don't like to be seen. Things that follow the old paths before the highway was ever built. Things that hunt at night." He said it simply, matter-of-factly, not trying to scare us, not building it up into a ghost story, just stating information the same way he might mention that rain was coming or that the nearest gas station was closed on Sundays. "What kind of things?" Tyler asked. The man took another sip of coffee. "My people would call them skinwalkers. Your people might call them something else or might not call them anything. Doesn't matter what name you use. What matters is they're out there, and they're patient, and they're smart enough to use the dark." "We saw something," I said quietly, "when we were changing the tire." "I expect you did. You're both still here, though, so you must have done something right." "My brother threw a flare past it," I said. "Put light behind it instead of at it." The man's eyebrows rose slightly, and for the first time, he looked genuinely impressed. "That's clever. Most people try to shine light at what's scaring them, but that just helps it stay in the dark spots. You lit up the area behind it, took away its cover. It left marks on the car," Tyler said. "Under the front, like someone scratched it." "I don't doubt it. They like to mark things. Territorial behavior, maybe. Or maybe just letting you know they were there, that they could have done worse." He finished his coffee and stood up. "You boys want some advice?" "Yes," we both said together. "If you're staying in this area, don't stop on lonely roads after dark. If you have to stop, get done fast and get moving again. And if something approaches you, don't try to fight it, and don't try to run from it. Do what you did. Use light smartly. Take away its advantages and get yourself somewhere populated." He picked up his hat from the table. "And maybe say a prayer to God if you're the praying type. Couldn't hurt." "Thank you," I said. He nodded and headed toward the exit, then paused and looked back. "One more thing. Don't go looking for it again. Don't go back to that spot trying to get proof or photographs or whatever. It let you go last night. Don't press your luck." Then he was gone, leaving us alone with our cold eggs and too strong coffee. We sat there for a while, not talking. Other guests came and went, filling their plates, chatting about their plans for the day. Normal people doing normal things. We didn't feel normal anymore. "We need to return the car," Tyler said finally. "Yeah." We drove west on US 160, through Tuba City, and then on toward Flagstaff. The morning was bright and clear, the rock formations beautiful again in daylight. But I kept checking the rearview mirror, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The rental return was at a small office near the Flagstaff airport. We pulled in just before noon. A young agent came out to inspect the car, clipboard in hand. She walked around it slowly, making notes, then crouched by the front bumper. "What happened here?" she asked, pointing at the gouges under the plate bracket. "Don't know," I said. "Found it this morning." "You didn't notice this damage when you picked up the car?" "No. We had a flat tire last night, changed it in the dark. Must have happened then." She took photos with her phone, then looked at us with the kind of expression that said she didn't quite believe us but couldn't prove otherwise. "This is going to be added to your bill. Front fascia damage." "How much?" "Probably $200-300. I'll have to get an estimate." We signed the paperwork, and she ran my credit card for an additional $275. It hurt, but not as much as spending another night anywhere near mile marker 13 would have hurt. She printed out our receipt and handed it over. "You boys have a safe trip home." We took our bags and caught a shuttle to the airport. Sat in the terminal drinking more coffee while we waited for our flights. Mine to Seattle, his to Denver. Different cities, different lives to return to. "Are we going to talk about this?" Tyler asked. "Ever?" "I don't know. Probably not." "Good." But we both knew we'd never forget it. That we'd replay those moments for the rest of our lives. The sound of synchronized footsteps in the darkness. The smell of hot metal on cold air. The impossible silhouette thrown by the road flare. And the sick feeling of being hunted by something that understood tactics and timing. When his flight was called, he stood and grabbed his bag. "Hey." "Yeah?" "Thanks for not panicking back there, for keeping it together." "You too," I said. That throw with the flare was smart. Or lucky. Let's say both. He nodded and headed toward his gate. I watched him disappear into the crowd of travelers, all of them moving through their ordinary days, unaware of what waited in the darkness beyond the reach of headlights. I'm writing this down months later, trying to capture what happened before the memory fades or changes shape the way memories do. The credit card charge is real. The receipt from the rental company is in my files. The scars on Tyler's knuckles are faded but still visible if you look closely. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night on an empty road, I find myself watching the edges of my headlights, watching that narrow border between what I can see and what stays hidden in the dark, listening for footsteps that match my rhythm, smelling the air for hot metal that shouldn't be there. I can't prove what we saw, can't explain it in a way that makes sense. Maybe it was something mundane that fear and darkness transformed into a nightmare. Maybe exhaustion and isolation created a shared delusion. Maybe the rational explanations are all true and we simply got spooked by a coyote and some unfortunate timing. But I don't believe that, and neither does Tyler, though we don't talk about it. What I believe is what that man told us over breakfast in Kayenta. There are things that use the dark, things that are patient and smart and territorial, things that have been out there far longer than we have, following paths that existed before highways and headlights and GPS. And I believe his advice. Don't stop on lonely roads after dark unless you have no choice. If you must stop, work fast and get moving. Use light smartly, not to attack, but to eliminate cover. And if you're fortunate enough to get away, don't go back. So that's what happened at mile marker 13. That's what I saw, what we both saw, on a cold night last October. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just putting it down so I can maybe eventually stop replaying it every time I close my eyes. Keep moving. That's the rule we follow now. Keep moving, and don't stop after dark on roads where the distance between travelers is measured in miles and the only light comes from your own headlights. Keep moving, because something out there is patient enough to wait at the edges of that light. something that understands how to use the dark. We got lucky once. I don't intend to test that luck again. Growing up, my brother Cole and I spent almost every summer camping near Big Lake in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. It was Dad's favorite spot, somewhere quiet enough to lose yourself but familiar enough to feel safe. Even now, years after Dad had passed, I could still recall the faint scent of pine and trout, the feeling of cold lake water on sunburned skin, and nights spent counting stars under the vast Arizona sky. The memories were precious, untouched by the darkness that would later consume them. But things change. Life has a way of twisting even the good memories into something else, something unrecognizable. Cole's recent divorce had turned him bitter, restless and desperate for something familiar. The legal battles had drained him financially and emotionally, leaving him hollow-eyed and withdrawn. "It's time we went back," Cole insisted one cold November morning, showing up at my apartment before dawn. "Clear our heads like the old days." His hands shook slightly as he spoke, whether from caffeine or something deeper I couldn't tell. I didn't want to go, not really. November at that elevation was brutal, unforgiving. But he needed this trip, and deep down, watching my brother fall apart over the past 6 months, maybe I did too. We loaded Dad's old Tacoma, the paint faded and chipped, the wheel wells rusted through, with camping gear that hadn't been used in over a decade. The sleeping bags smelled of mothballs and mildew. The tent poles were bent in places they shouldn't be. None of it felt right, but Cole was already pulling out of the driveway, leaving Phoenix's warmth behind for the high-elevation chill near Big Lake, his jaw set with grim determination. At 9,000 feet in November, everything felt emptier, quieter, wrong. It was late autumn, the leaves long gone from the aspens, and frost glittered like tiny blades of glass in the morning sun. The temperature had dropped to barely 20 degrees as we climbed the winding forest road, our breath fogging the windshield despite the struggling heater. The forest pressed in on both sides, dense and watching. The lake itself was barely recognizable when we finally arrived. What should have been acres of pristine mountain water was now mostly dry, nothing but cracked mud and gray dirt spreading out like an empty crater, a wound in the earth that hadn't healed. Only a small stagnant pool remained at the northern edge, a sad reminder of what had been. The smell hit us first, dead fish and rotting vegetation, sweet and sickening. "Drought got worse than I thought," Cole muttered, staring at the desolate landscape. His disappointment was visible, the fantasy he'd built up in his mind crumbling against reality. Cole parked above the lake bed on a rough dirt trail that probably hadn't seen vehicle traffic in months. Deep ruts threatened to bottom out the truck's suspension. We set up camp beneath a cluster of tall aspens that rattled dryly in the wind, their white bark peeling in long strips, exposing dark wood underneath that looked almost like claw marks. "This isn't exactly what I remembered," Cole said quietly, kicking a chunk of dried mud that crumbled to dust. The sound echoed strangely across the empty lake bed. "Seasons change," I replied, watching him carefully. His eyes had a distant quality, like he was seeing something beyond the trees that I couldn't. We built a small fire as evening approached, struggling with damp wood that produced more smoke than flame. The sky shifted from pale blue to deep purple to an almost black darkness that seemed to swallow the stars. It was brutally cold once the sun dropped behind the ridge, and our breath turned to fog between us, hanging in the still air long after we'd exhaled. The crackling fire did little to ease the bitter chill that settled into my bones, making my joints ache. After a quiet meal of canned soup that tasted like metal, we retreated to our tents. I lay awake for hours, listening to the strange sounds of the forest branches breaking with no wind, distant rustling that moved in circles around our camp, and once what might have been footsteps crunching through frost. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were fragmented and disturbing, filled with images of empty eye sockets and hands reaching up through cracked earth. The next morning, I woke to frost coating the tent flaps, turning the nylon fabric stiff and brittle. My sleeping bag was damp with condensed breath. Cole was already moving around outside, impatiently urging me to hurry up, his voice carrying an edge I didn't recognize. By mid-morning, we started toward the ridge he'd mentioned the night before, each step crunching through half-frozen earth and scattered pine needles that released a sharp, almost medicinal smell when crushed. I fell behind Cole slightly, lost in thought about how different everything looked, when my foot hit something hard, almost twisting my ankle. Pain shot up my leg. I looked down, expecting to see a rock or tree root, but instead saw bleached white bones partially covered by fallen leaves. Deer bones, I thought at first. My stomach tightened as I looked closer. They weren't scattered naturally. They were stacked neatly, deliberately arranged in a pattern that no animal could manage, no predator would create. Ribs laid out like a small cage, perfectly spaced. A skull resting neatly at its center, positioned upright, facing our camp. The empty eye sockets seemed to stare directly at me. Smaller bones, vertebrae, I thought, formed a circle around the structure. The ground beneath was cleared of all debris, swept clean. "Cole," I called, my voice coming out thin and uncertain. "Come see this." I couldn't take my eyes off the arrangement. Couldn't shake the feeling that someone had spent hours creating this, had done it recently, maybe even last night while we slept. He jogged back, his boots loud on the frozen ground, then stopped short. His face went pale as he examined the bones, reaching out but not quite touching them. "Probably some hunter with too much time," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Or bored teenagers." I nodded slowly, trying to accept the simple explanation. Yeah, probably. But we were miles from anywhere. The nearest town was 40 minutes down a dirt road that became impassable in winter. Who would come up here just to stack bones? We moved forward again, but the sight lingered in the back of my mind, a silent question nagging me. The arrangement was too precise, too deliberate, and there had been no tracks in the frost around it. No footprints at all, as if whoever created it had floated there. Back at camp that evening, as the sky turned from gray to black with frightening speed, we busied ourselves making dinner, sharing strained small talk about sports and weather, anything but the bones. Cole kept staring off into the forest, his head tilting slightly as if listening to something I couldn't hear. The shadows between the trees seemed darker than they should be, more solid. Then a sudden scream pierced the air, distant yet undeniably human. A woman's voice, raw and terrified, cutting through the stillness like a knife. The sound raised every hair on my body. We both froze, eyes locked, listening intently. My heart hammered against my ribs. It came again, clearer this time, closer. Not words, just pure terror, vocalized. The scream seemed to move, circling around our camp in a wide arc. No echo, despite the rocky terrain that should have bounced the sound back to us. Cole stood abruptly, grabbing his flashlight with trembling hands. "Someone's out there. We should go help." "Wait," I said, gripping his arm hard enough to bruise. "There's no one else up here. We haven't seen anyone. No tire tracks on the road, no other camps." The scream echoed again, but this time it sounded wrong somehow, too perfect, like a recording played back. It faded deeper into the trees, growing impossibly distant in just seconds. Cole hesitated, conflicted, then shook off my hand roughly. "What if she's hurt? We can't just sit here." There was something desperate in his eyes, almost pleading. I watched helplessly as he disappeared into the woods, his flashlight beam swallowing by darkness within moments. The forest seemed to close behind him like a mouth shutting. I stood alone by the fire, straining to hear his footsteps, but there was nothing. Complete silence. Even the wind had stopped. Minutes dragged into an hour. I paced the perimeter of camp, ears straining for any sound. Branches breaking, footsteps, Cole's voice. Nothing. The fire crackled and popped, and I jumped at each sound. The darkness beyond the firelight felt alive, pressing in, watching. When Cole finally reappeared, stepping into the firelight so suddenly I yelped. He was pale and out of breath, his pupils dilated wide. Sweat froze in his hair despite the cold. "Couldn't find anything," he said quietly, avoiding my eyes. "Nothing at all. No tracks, no signs of anyone." "What about the screaming?" "Stopped. Just stopped. He dropped into his tent without another word, zipping it shut with shaking hands. I followed suit, heart racing, unable to shake the sense that something about him had changed in that hour. Something in the way he moved, in the set of his shoulders. I lay awake watching the tent fabric move with my breath, listening. Every rustle, every snapping twig jolted my nerves. I knew animals, knew their sounds, their calls, had grown up hunting with Dad. Whatever screamed out there wasn't wildlife. It was something else entirely, something mimicking human distress with unnatural perfection. I woke early to the sound of absolute silence, more complete than any I'd experienced before. Not even wind, not even the distant call of ravens. My breath was visible inside the tent, crystallized by the freezing air that had somehow seeped through every gap in the fabric. A creeping dread settled into my bones even before I realized Cole was missing. His sleeping bag lay empty, twisted open, thrown aside violently. The zipper was wide apart as if he'd gotten out quickly, urgently. His boots sat untouched beside the tent flap, frost crusted on the laces. His heavy jacket was still hanging from a low branch, frost clinging to the sleeves, stiff and frozen. "Cole?" I called out softly at first, then louder, my voice cracking. "Cole, where are you?" The only reply was silence, absolute, smothering silence that pressed against my eardrums. Stepping outside barefoot, I winced at the chill biting into my toes, the frost burning like fire. The morning sun barely reached our campsite through the dense tree cover, leaving a gray twilight across the frozen lake bed that stretched out like a lunar landscape. Something wasn't right. Cole wouldn't leave without boots or a coat, not in this weather. Not voluntarily. My heart sped up, adrenaline overcoming the cold numbness in my feet. I quickly dressed, pulling on extra layers with shaking hands, and started searching around camp for footprints, any sign of which direction he'd gone. There were none, just a thin, undisturbed layer of frost and snow dusting the ground, pristine and unmarked. That didn't make sense. Even a squirrel would leave tracks here. Even a bird landing would disturb the surface. But there was nothing, as if Cole had simply vanished into thin air or floated away. For hours, I circled the campsite in ever-widening loops, calling Cole's name until my throat burned raw and my voice gave out. The more I searched, the more desperate I became, stumbling over roots and rocks I couldn't see clearly. The eerie quiet only heightened the growing anxiety in my chest, making it hard to breathe. By mid-afternoon, I had covered every possible path twice, each sweep ending with no sign of Cole. The forest felt oppressive around me, looming trees casting dark shadows that crept slowly across the ground as the sun moved. I noticed things I hadn't before, more bone arrangements, smaller ones, hidden in the underbrush, strange marks carved into tree bark at regular intervals, symbols I didn't recognize but that filled me with inexplicable dread. Just as panic began overwhelming reason, threatening to send me running blindly through the forest, a faint rustling broke through the silence. I spun around, heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst, and there stood Cole. But something was wrong. He was pale, almost gray, his skin waxy and strange in the dim light. His face was expressionless, blank as a mask. He walked stiffly from the direction of the ridge, his movements mechanical, like a puppet on strings. He wore only his thermal pants and long-sleeve undershirt, his feet bare and bloody from walking through the frozen forest. His hands were stained dark red with dried blood that had crusted under his fingernails and in the creases of his palms. "Dear God, Cole, where were you?" I rushed toward him, stopping short at the sight of the blood covering his hands, his wrists soaked into his sleeves. "What happened?" He stared at me blankly, as if I was a stranger, as if he'd never seen me before in his life. His eyes were different, the pupils too large, the irises a shade darker than they should be. He looked down at his hands slowly, with detached curiosity, like they belonged to someone else. "I don't know," he murmured, his voice flat and monotone. "Are you hurt?" I reached out cautiously, grabbing his wrist to inspect him, feeling for wounds. His skin was ice cold, far colder than exposure alone could explain. But there were no injuries, no cuts at all. Just blood, dried and flaking, someone else's blood. Cole, whose blood is this? I don't know. He repeated the words exactly as before. Same inflection, like a recording. Where were you? His eyes remained unfocused, staring through me rather than at me. Then slowly, mechanically, he turned his head toward the ridge. I woke up near the rock pile. That's all I remember. My blood went cold. The bones? The deer bones? He nodded slightly, once. Then his gaze sharpened suddenly, focusing somewhere behind me, into the woods. His pupils contracted to pinpoints. Maybe, he whispered, his breath visible in the cold air. Let's get you warmed up, I said urgently, my voice shaking, guiding him roughly toward the fire pit. He stumbled slightly, unsteady on his feet like a newborn calf, but said nothing else. I managed to build up the fire with shaking hands, adding wood frantically, watching Cole closely. His silence disturbed me more than his disappearance, more than the blood. Cole was never quiet. He joked, talked endlessly, tried filling any gap with noise and stories. This Cole felt wrong, felt like something wearing my brother's face. I sat across from him, the fire crackling between us, throwing dancing shadows across his blank features. You really don't remember anything? No. He kept his gaze fixed on the flames, unblinking. His voice was distant, almost dreamy. You've got blood on your hands, Cole. That's not nothing. You had to have done something out there, hurt something. My patience frayed, fear sharpening my words into accusations. He looked up sharply, sudden anger flaring in those wrong eyes. I told you, Tyler. I don't know. The way he said my name sounded strange, the syllables slightly wrong. Later, as darkness seeped into the sky like spilled ink, Cole retreated to the tent, collapsing into sleep almost instantly, falling onto the sleeping bag like his strings had been cut. I stayed awake, feeding the fire obsessively, listening carefully to every rustle and snap of branches around us. Cole began muttering in his sleep around midnight, low fragmented words I couldn't quite catch. Almost like another language, harsh syllables twisted together in combinations that hurt to hear. The sounds were guttural, wrong, not any language I'd ever heard. It didn't sound like my brother. It didn't sound human. The firelight flickered strangely, and shadows stretched across the ground in ways that defied the fire's position. My hand stayed wrapped tight around the hatchet handle all night, knuckles white, waiting. I didn't dare close my eyes. Something had happened to Cole out there, something he couldn't or wouldn't share. The blood, the missing hours, the unnatural quiet around camp. It all felt connected, pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to complete. As dawn approached, exhaustion tugged at me, my eyelids growing heavy despite my fear. But I jolted fully awake at the crunch of frozen earth. Cole was outside the tent again, standing barefoot and shirtless in the freezing dawn, his breath not fogging the air like mine did. He stood perfectly still, staring toward the ridge, his back rigid, arms hanging at his sides. Cole, get back inside. I scrambled up, panic flooding through me. But he didn't move, didn't acknowledge me at all. He just stood there, muscles tensed under his skin, eyes fixed on something beyond the trees. I followed his gaze, my breath hitching painfully when I saw it. A dark, hunched figure crouched low on a distant boulder, perfectly still, watching us. It was man-shaped but wrong somehow. The proportions off, the limbs too long, the way it held itself unnatural. Even from this distance I could feel its attention, its focus, like physical pressure against my skin. Cole, do you see that? I hissed urgently, fear closing my throat. He didn't reply, didn't even blink. His chest rose and fell slowly, mechanically. Then the figure was gone, slipping into the shadows beneath the trees with impossible speed, there one moment and vanished the next. No sound, no disturbance of branches. Anger overtook my fear, frustration bubbling up from somewhere deep and desperate. I grabbed Cole roughly by the shoulder, spinning him toward me. His skin was like ice. What the hell happened to you out there? He shoved me violently, with strength he shouldn't have had, strength that sent me stumbling back several feet. Don't touch me, he growled. His voice was low and guttural, unrecognizable, coming from somewhere deep in his chest. Panic surged through me, instinct overpowering hesitation. "We're leaving. Now. We're getting off this mountain." "No," Cole shouted, his voice cracking in panic, in genuine terror. His eyes went wide, pupils dilating. "You can't. It watches when you speak of it." "What watches?" I demanded, grabbing his shoulders hard, shaking him. "What are you talking about?" He twisted in my grip violently, his eyes wild and terrified, showing whites all around. "You don't understand. We disturbed something. The bones, they weren't just bones, they were markers, warnings." "I don't care," I shouted back. "We're leaving." He shoved me again, harder, and I stumbled backward over the fire ring. My hand found a thick fallen branch, gripping it tightly. Cole lunged toward me again, his hands reaching for my throat, fury and something else, something desperate, distorting his features. I swung instinctively. The branch cracked against his knee with a sickening sound, and he dropped instantly, crying out in pain. The sound was human again, blessedly human. My stomach churned, guilt colliding with survival instinct. "I'm sorry, Cole. I'm so sorry." My voice broke as I looked at him writhing on the ground, but I couldn't stop. I bound his legs tightly with paracord, then his hands lifted him into the truck bed with strength I didn't know I had, and threw our gear in haphazardly. His eyes never left me, filled with hatred and something else, something darker I couldn't name and didn't want to understand. I drove fast, too fast for the rutted dirt road, headlights cutting sharply through the trees, desperate to reach civilization before dark. Cole remained in the truck bed, silent and unmoving, staring up at the sky with that blank expression. But I knew with terrible certainty that the thing from the ridge was following us. I could feel it in the rearview mirror, just beyond what the headlights illuminated, keeping pace with impossible ease. 2 days later, Cole opened his eyes in an urgent care clinic in Springerville. He stared at me blankly, confusion clouding his expression. Outside the window, sunlight warmed the white walls of the small-town clinic, creating an unsettling contrast to the dark, cold woods we'd left behind. "What happened?" Cole asked softly, his voice his own again, shifting uncomfortably on the stiff clinic bed. "Tyler? You don't remember." It wasn't a question. He shook his head slowly, genuine bewilderment in his eyes. They were the right color again, the right size. "We went camping, right? Why am I here? Why does my knee hurt so badly?" I hesitated, words caught in my throat. How could I explain the missing hours, the blood on his hands, the thing on the ridge? "You disappeared," I finally said, choosing my words carefully. "I found you hours later. You were disoriented. Not yourself." He frowned deeply, glancing down at his bandaged knee, then back at me with growing fear. "Did I hurt someone?" "I don't know." A nurse stepped in quietly, interrupting before Cole could question further. She checked his vitals, scribbled notes, and gave me a look that implied I shouldn't push him too hard. Cole drifted back into sleep, leaving me alone in the quiet room, haunted by questions I couldn't answer. Later, 2 forest rangers arrived to speak with me in the waiting room. They were polite, cautious, but their questions probed deeply, professionally. "Can you tell us exactly where you camped?" asked the older one, his weathered face serious. "Above Big Lake," I said vaguely, uneasy under their scrutiny. "We grew up camping there. Wanted to revisit old memories." The younger ranger studied me carefully. "Did you notice anything unusual out there? Any other campers? Strange activities?" My throat tightened. The memory of stacked deer bones vivid in my mind. Cole's empty stare, the distorted figure on the ridge. I opened my mouth, then closed it. "No," I lied. "It was quiet. Just us." The older ranger exchanged a glance with his partner, something unspoken passing between them, something that said they didn't quite believe me but wouldn't push further. After a few more formal questions about Cole's condition and our planned departure date, they left me alone. I sat for a long time, hands shaking, unsure why I'd hidden the truth. Perhaps I feared what acknowledging it might mean. Perhaps I feared they'd think I was insane. Or perhaps deep down, I knew that speaking of it would draw its attention again. Days later, I drove Cole back to his apartment in Phoenix. He didn't say much, lost in thought, staring vacantly out the passenger window at the desert landscape sliding past. We never returned to the topic of the woods, as if an unspoken agreement had settled between us, one born of confusion and fear and something older, something that told us silence was survival. Over the next weeks, my attempts at normal life crumbled. Sleep became impossible, my nights riddled with nightmares of those woods and that figure. One night, after waking drenched in sweat, sheets soaked, I turned on my computer and searched desperately for explanations. Hours passed, my eyes aching from the screen's glow, until I stumbled upon accounts from other campers in that same area. Stories eerily similar to ours, disappearances, strange behaviors, people who came back wrong. The accounts spoke of something ancient in those mountains, something that had been there long before the forest grew, before the lake filled with water, something that marked its territory with bones and waited patiently for those who ignored the warnings. Closing the laptop sharply, I stared into the darkness of my room, heart racing with terrible certainty. Something had found us at Big Lake, something old and patient and hungry. Within days, I burned our camping gear in a barrel behind my apartment complex, unable to shake the feeling that something had followed us back, that it clung to the fabric and canvas. The old Tacoma, the truck Dad had loved more than any possession, I sold to a scrapyard in Tucson for a fraction of its value, desperate to sever all connections to that trip. Months passed. Cole stayed clear of wilderness entirely, refusing even to drive near mountain roads. He moved to San Diego, exchanging Arizona's deserts and forests for a busy city by the ocean, distancing himself from everything familiar. I relocated to Oregon, seeking cooler, greener landscapes, hoping to replace the shadowed woods of Apache Sitgreaves with something brighter, safer, wetter. We talked occasionally, brief phone calls that felt hollow, cautious, each of us careful not to trigger memories of those lost hours, dancing around the subject that defined us now. But one late winter afternoon, 6 months after our trip, something broke the silence between us. Cole called, sounding shaken, his breath rapid and panicked. "Tyler, it's happening again." "What do you mean?" My heart sank. "I keep waking up outside," he whispered, his voice ragged with exhaustion and fear. "Barefoot, in parking lots, on the beach, in my apartment complex courtyard. I don't remember getting there, but I'm always facing east, always, toward Arizona, toward the lake." Fear tightened my chest, old memories flooding back with visceral intensity. "Cole, listen to me. Don't think about it, don't talk about it, try to forget. Just try." He laughed bitterly, a sound close to sobbing. "I can't forget, Tyler. Something happened to me there. Something still inside my head, still watching through my eyes." "Then come here," I urged desperately. "Stay with me. We'll figure this out together." He didn't respond right away. The silence stretched, filled only with his ragged breathing. Then softly, almost too quiet to hear, "I'm not sure it's safe for you. I think it follows me, Tyler. I think it's always following me." The line went dead. Days later, a small postcard arrived at my Oregon address, forwarded from my old Phoenix apartment. No return label, no postmark, just a single brightly colored image of Big Lake in summer, water sparkling blue under perfect skies. A scene that no longer existed. My hands trembled as I flipped it over, reading a simple message scribbled in familiar jagged handwriting that hadn't changed since Cole and I were children. "Still watching. Still listening. It knows your name now, too." I called Cole immediately, fingers fumbling with the phone, angry and terrified. "Why would you send this? What kind of sick joke?" "Send what?" He sounded confused, anxious, genuinely bewildered. "Tyler, what postcard? I didn't send you anything." In that instant, cold certainty settled in my stomach like a stone. Cole hadn't sent it. Whatever we'd found in those woods, or whatever had found us, had never left. It was patient, it was watching, and now it knew both our names, knew where we lived, Knew we couldn't forget no matter how hard we tried. The postcard sits on my desk now, that impossible image of Big Lake mocking me. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear screaming in the distance, raw, terrified, human. And sometimes, when I wake in the dark, I'm standing at my window, barefoot, staring east toward Arizona, toward a dry lake bed and a ridge where something waits. It's patient. It can wait forever. And deep down, I know that one day, whether in months or years, Cole and I will go back. Not because we want to, but because it's calling us home. My name is Leonard Price, and I've been a park ranger for the last 10 years. At 66 years old, I've seen more than my fair share of strange occurrences in the wilderness, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened last fall in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. Growing up in rural Washington, I spent more time among the towering evergreens than inside my family's modest home. It seemed only natural to turn my love for the outdoors into a career. The Pacific Northwest has always been my home, its misty forests and rugged mountains a constant source of wonder and respect. I've encountered many things during my tenure as a ranger, from lost hikers to aggressive wildlife, but the events of last October shook me to my core. It's the kind of tale you'd expect to hear around a campfire, but I swear on my life that every word of this is true. It all began on what should have been a routine patrol. The area I work in is vast and largely untouched, a sprawling wilderness that can swallow you whole if you're not careful. That day I was partnered with Rita Cho, a fellow ranger and good friend. Rita's a compact woman with a sharp wit and an even sharper eye for detail. We'd been called out to investigate reports of strange noises coming from deep within the forest. As we drove our battered Forest Service truck along the winding dirt roads, Rita couldn't resist a bit of playful speculation. "So, Leonard," she said with a grin, "think we're on the trail of Sasquatch today?" I chuckled, shaking my head. "Nah, probably just some campers who had one too many and got spooked by an owl. You know how it goes." We reached the trailhead and began our hike into the dense forest. The woods were unnaturally quiet, the silence hanging heavy in the air like a thick fog. It was odd, but I brushed it off as just another quirk of the forest. After about an hour of hiking, we came across the campsite where the noises had been reported. What we found made my blood run cold. The site was in complete disarray, tents were shredded, food and gear scattered everywhere, as if a tornado had torn through. But there was no sign of the campers themselves. "Leonard, look at this," Rita called, kneeling by some unusual tracks in the soft earth. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before, large, deep impressions with what looked like claw marks at the edges. "Those aren't bear tracks," I muttered, crouching down for a closer look. "Too big, and the stride, it's almost like whatever made these was walking on two legs." We decided to follow the tracks, more out of a sense of duty than any real desire to see where they led. The path took us deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so dense that they blotted out most of the sunlight. The air grew colder, and an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. "Leonard," Rita whispered, her voice tense, "do you ever get the feeling we're being watched?" I nodded grimly. "Yeah, I'm feeling it now." The forest seemed alive with shadows and movements just beyond our peripheral vision, but we pressed on, determined to solve the mystery. The tracks led us to a small clearing, and what we found there made my skin crawl. There were more tracks, many more, and in the center of the clearing, a large mound of earth had been disturbed. It looked as if something had been buried and then dug up again. "We need to call this in," I said, my voice tight with urgency. Rita nodded, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by grim determination. "Agreed, this is way above our pay grade." As we turned to leave, a sound stopped us in our tracks. It was a low guttural noise, almost like a growl but not quite like any animal I'd ever heard. We froze, listening intently. The sound came again, closer this time. Rita reached for her radio to call for backup, but before she could, something burst from the trees. The creature that emerged was like nothing I'd ever seen or imagined. It stood easily 7 feet tall, with a hunched posture and long, gangly limbs. Its skin was a sickly pale color, stretched tight over its bones, and its eyes glowed a nauseating yellow in the dim light. The creature moved with an unnatural grace, almost gliding across the ground towards us. For a moment, we stood paralyzed with fear. Then instinct kicked in. "Run!" I shouted, and we took off back down the trail. We didn't stop until we reached the truck, our lungs burning and hearts pounding. We radioed in our report as we sped back to headquarters, but by the time backup arrived, there was no sign of the creature. The tracks were gone, and the campsite looked just as we'd left it, with no evidence of the horror we'd witnessed. Our supervisor, Marcus Blackwood, listened to our story with obvious skepticism. "You two sure you didn't just spook each other out there?" he asked, his tone more mocking than concerned. "Marcus, we know what we saw," Rita insisted, her voice firm despite her obvious exhaustion. "That thing is out there. Well, until we have more than a wild story and some weird tracks, there's not much we can do," Marcus replied with a shrug. "But I'll keep this on record just in case." Days passed and things seemed to return to normal, but Rita and I couldn't shake the memory of what we'd seen. We kept a watchful eye during our patrols, half expecting the creature to appear again at any moment. Then, a couple of weeks later, a hiker went missing. Her name was Sophia Chen, an experienced backpacker who'd been hiking alone in the same area where we'd encountered the creature. Search teams were dispatched, but there was no trace of her. Rita and I joined the search, hoping against hope that we wouldn't find any more of those unnatural tracks. As we combed through the dense undergrowth, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched again. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made me jump. "Leonard, over here!" Rita's voice cut through my nervous thoughts. I hurried over to where she was standing near a rocky outcropping. There, half buried under leaves and dirt, was a torn piece of fabric. It matched the description of the shirt Sophia had been wearing when she disappeared. We set up a small camp, planning to continue our search at first light. As night fell, the forest around us seemed to come alive with sounds. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and occasionally a distant cry that could have been an animal or something else. "Remember that horror movie we watched last month?" Rita asked, trying to lighten the mood. "The one where the campers get picked off one by one?" "Yeah, let's not go there," I replied, forcing a laugh. "This is real life, Rita. We'll be fine." We settled in for the night, taking turns keeping watch. Around midnight, I heard it again, that low guttural sound we'd heard in the clearing. My heart started pounding as I woke Rita. "It's back," I whispered, my voice barely audible. We grabbed our flashlights and shone them into the trees. For a moment there was nothing but the dark shapes of the forest. Then, just at the edge of the light, we saw it. The creature was standing perfectly still, watching us with those glowing yellow eyes. "Rita, get the flare gun," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She fumbled in her pack, finally pulling out the gun and aiming it at the creature. The flare shot into the sky, casting an eerie red glow over everything. The creature hissed and retreated into the shadows. "We need to move now," Rita said, grabbing our gear. We didn't bother packing up, just took what we could carry and started back towards the truck. The forest seemed to close in around us, every sound amplified in the darkness. We could hear the creature following, keeping just out of sight. Finally, we broke through the trees and saw the truck up ahead. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The creature lunged out of the shadows, knocking Rita to the ground. She screamed, trying to fend it off as it clawed at her. "Rita!" I yelled, pulling my hunting knife from my belt. I ran at the creature, slashing at it with the blade. It turned on me, its yellow eyes burning with fury. I felt a searing pain as it raked its claws across my chest. But I didn't stop. I kept slashing, finally driving the blade deep into its side. The creature let out a horrible screech and fled into the woods, leaving a trail of dark, viscous blood behind. I collapsed next to Rita, panting and bleeding. "You okay?" I asked, my voice shaky. "I've been better," she replied with a weak laugh. "Let's get out of here." We managed to get to the truck and drove back to the ranger station. We were both treated for our injuries, and this time, the higher-ups were forced to take our story seriously. A search team was sent out the next day, but the creature was gone. All they found were more strange tracks and the remains of Sophia Chen, half buried near the clearing where we'd first seen the tracks. The official report called it an animal attack. But Rita and I knew better. We never spoke about it publicly, but among ourselves, we called it the Wendigo, a name from Native American folklore. A creature of the forest that preys on humans. Life went on, but things were never quite the same. Rita and I still work as rangers, but we're more cautious now, more aware of the things that might be lurking in the shadows of the forest. And every so often, late at night, I hear that low guttural sound and wonder if it's come back, looking for us. We never saw the creature again, but the memory of that night stays with me. It's a reminder that there are things out there we don't understand, things that can't be explained away by science or reason. So if you're ever out in the woods and you hear something strange, trust your instincts. You never know what might be watching from just beyond the firelight. As for Rita, she eventually transferred to another park, hoping for a quieter life. We keep in touch, swapping stories and sometimes laughing about that night. But deep down, we both know there's nothing funny about it. It's a part of us now, a shared secret that we carry with us. And if anyone ever asks why I still patrol the woods despite everything that happened, I just smile and say, someone's got to keep an eye out for the Wendigo. Life as a ranger isn't easy, but it's the life I chose. And despite everything, I wouldn't trade it for anything. The forest is my home, and I'll keep it safe, no matter what. Because out there somewhere, I know the Wendigo is watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again. And when it does, I'll be ready. My name is Ronald Patterson, and at 70 years old, I've seen my fair share of the world. For the past 15 years, I've been working as a park ranger, a job that's allowed me to embrace my lifelong love for the great outdoors. Growing up in a small town nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, I spent my childhood exploring the forests and streams that surrounded my home. Now I find myself stationed in the stunning Hocking Hills region of Ohio, a place of breathtaking beauty and, as I've come to learn, deep mystery. It was last year when everything changed. The events that unfolded in those dense woods have left an indelible mark on my psyche, altering my perception of the natural world I thought I knew so well. On that fateful day, I set out on what should have been a routine patrol with my fellow rangers, Sarah Kincaid and Tom Reeves. We'd been grappling with an uptick in reports of lost hikers and even a few missing persons cases. While it wasn't uncommon for inexperienced visitors to underestimate the wilderness, there was something different about these incidents. A shared unease had settled over our team, a feeling that something was amiss in our normally peaceful park. We began our patrol just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, its warm light barely penetrating the lingering fog that clung to the treetops. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine. As we made our way deeper into the forest, the sounds of nature surrounded us. The melodious songs of waking birds, the soft rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Tom, always one to lighten the mood, quipped, "Hey, Ron, you think Bigfoot's behind all these missing folks?" We shared a laugh, unaware of how eerily close to the truth his jest would prove to be, albeit in a way none of us could have imagined. As we pressed on, we found ourselves in a particularly dense section of the forest. The ancient trees towered above us, their gnarled roots creating a treacherous obstacle course on the forest floor. The canopy was so thick here that it almost completely blocked out the sunlight, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. Despite having a map of the area, it was clear that this part of the woods hadn't been thoroughly explored or documented. It was in this shadowy realm that we stumbled upon our first clue. An old weather-beaten backpack, half buried beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves. Sarah carefully picked it up, her brow furrowing as she examined its contents. "There's nothing in here but some moldy clothes and a wallet," she reported, her voice tinged with concern. The wallet contained an ID belonging to a man named Eric Simmons, who had been reported missing nearly a decade ago. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications of our discovery. We marked the location and pressed on, our senses now hyper-alert to our surroundings. After what felt like hours of trekking through the increasingly wild terrain, we came across an abandoned campsite. It looked as though it hadn't been touched in years. A fire pit filled with ashes, long since cold, rusted cooking utensils scattered about, and the tattered remains of what was once a tent. The scene before us seemed frozen in time, preserved in the perpetual gloom of the deep woods. Tom muttered under his breath, "This is starting to feel like something out of a horror movie." None of us could disagree with his assessment. As we were about to move on, Sarah called us over. She had found a notebook, its pages warped and stained by years of exposure to the elements. With gloved hands, I carefully opened it, struggling to decipher the faded and often illegible writing. Most of the entries were indecipherable, but a few stood out with chilling clarity. Eric had written about seeing something in the woods, a tall, thin figure with impossibly long limbs and eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. He described hearing strange noises at night, like whispers carried on the wind, always just on the edge of comprehension. The last few entries became increasingly frantic and disjointed, painting a picture of a man whose grip on reality was slowly unraveling. We decided it was time to head back to the ranger station and regroup. On our return journey, we encountered more unsettling evidence: scraps of clothing caught on branches, a broken watch lying face down in the mud, and most disturbingly, what appeared to be fragments of bone scattered among the leaf litter. While we couldn't be certain they were human remains, the possibility was enough to set our nerves on edge. Back at the station, we reported our findings to the local authorities. They promised to send out a search team, but we all knew that wouldn't be enough. Whatever was happening in our woods, it was clear that we needed to take action ourselves. We agreed to venture out again the next day, this time better prepared and armed for whatever we might encounter. As dawn broke, we geared up for our return to the forest. I carried my trusty rifle. Tom armed himself with a shotgun, and Sarah holstered a pistol at her hip. The weight of the weapons did little to ease the growing sense of dread that had settled over us. Retracing our steps from the previous day, we made our way back into the heart of the woods. The forest seemed different now, more menacing. The usual chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves was conspicuously absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow up every sound we made. Upon reaching the abandoned campsite once more, we made the decision to split up, each taking a different direction to cover more ground. In hindsight, it was a decision we would come to regret. I headed east, pushing deeper into the uncharted areas of the forest. The trees here grew so close together that I often had to turn sideways to squeeze between their massive trunks. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with an earthy, almost primordial scent that seemed to clog my nostrils. I'm not sure how long I had been walking when I first caught sight of it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light filtering through the leaves, a tall, impossibly thin figure standing motionless among the trees. But then it moved, with a quickness that defied belief, almost too fast for my eyes to track. My heart pounding, I called out over the radio, "Sarah, Tom, are you seeing this?" All I got in response was static. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow the figure, keeping my rifle at the ready. It led me to a small clearing, and that's when I saw it up close for the first time. The creature, for I could no longer pretend it was anything else, was vaguely humanoid in shape, but unmistakably alien. Its skin was a sickly pale color, almost translucent, stretched taut over an impossibly thin frame. But it was the eyes that truly chilled me to my core, glowing with an unnatural, otherworldly light. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless surface, broken only by those terrible, glowing eyes. Before I could even think to raise my rifle, it lunged at me with inhuman speed. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and sent me sprawling to the forest floor. I scrambled to my feet, firing wildly as the creature darted around the clearing. My shots seemed to have little effect. Where they connected, instead of blood, a thick black ichor oozed from the wounds. The battle that ensued felt like it lasted an eternity. I emptied my rifle, reloaded, and fired again and again. The creature was relentless, its attacks growing more frenzied with each passing moment. Just when I thought my strength would give out, it suddenly retreated, melting back into the shadows of the forest as quickly as it had appeared. Battered, bruised, and gasping for breath, I radioed Sarah and Tom, telling them to meet me back at the campsite. When we regrouped, I recounted my harrowing encounter. Tom was skeptical at first, but the genuine fear in my voice and my obvious injuries were enough to convince him. Sarah, who had always been more open to the unexplained, believed me without question. We made our way back to the ranger station, our minds reeling from the implications of what had happened. We knew we couldn't leave that thing out there, especially if it was responsible for the missing hikers, but we also knew we were ill-equipped to handle such a threat on our own. That night, sleep eluded us. We sat around the table in the station, poring over maps and debating our options. Tom suggested calling in reinforcements from other parks or even the military, but we knew that would take too much time. In the end, we decided to go back out at first light, this time with a plan to trap the creature. As dawn broke, we set out once more, our gear supplemented with hastily constructed traps and bait. We returned to the area where I had encountered the creature and set up our snares, then settled in to wait. Hours passed with no sign of our quarry. Just as we were about to give up, we heard it, a low guttural sound that was part growl, part something entirely inhuman. The creature appeared at the edge of the clearing, those eerie glowing eyes fixed upon us with what I can only describe as malevolent intelligence. We stood our ground, weapons at the ready, as it began to move towards our traps. For a moment, I dared to hope that our plan would work. But the creature was far more cunning than we had given it credit for. It nimbly avoided our traps and came straight for us with frightening speed. We opened fire, the sound of our weapons deafening in the quiet of the forest. Our bullets seemed to slow it down, but not stop it entirely. It reached Tom first, its elongated fingers slashing at him with razor-sharp precision. He went down with a scream of agony. Sarah and I continued firing, trying desperately to drive it away from our fallen comrade. The creature turned its attention to Sarah next, knocking her to the ground with a sweeping blow. In that moment of desperation, I took careful aim and fired at its head, praying to hit something vital. The shot connected and the creature stumbled backward, giving me just enough time to grab Sarah and pull her to safety. Tom was bleeding profusely but still alive. We retreated as quickly as we could, half carrying, half dragging Tom between us. To our immense relief, the creature did not pursue us. It stood at the edge of the clearing, those glowing eyes watching our retreat with an almost contemplative air. We made it back to the station and immediately called for emergency medical evacuation. Tom was airlifted to the nearest hospital, his condition critical but stable. In the days and weeks that followed, an extensive search was conducted in the area, but no trace of the creature was ever found. The authorities, unable or unwilling to accept our fantastic story, officially attributed the incident to an attack by an unidentified large predator, possibly a bear. But we knew the truth. We knew what we had seen, what we had fought against in those dark woods, and we knew it was still out there, lurking in the shadows. Tom survived his injuries, but he was never quite the same afterward. The trauma of the attack left deep psychological scars, and he eventually transferred to a less demanding position at the park's visitor center. Sarah stuck it out for a few months but ultimately decided to leave her job as a ranger altogether. She moved to Columbus, taking a position with the state's Environmental Protection Agency, as far from the deep woods as she could get while still working in conservation. As for me, I couldn't bring myself to leave. This forest, for better or worse, had become a part of me. I felt a responsibility to stay, to keep watch, to make sure that thing, whatever it was, didn't claim any more victims. Life in the park goes on. We've repaired and expanded the trail system. put up new warning signs, and implemented stricter protocols for hikers venturing into the back country. But deep down, I know it's not enough. That creature is still out there, somewhere in the vast expanse of Hocking Hills. I've thought about quitting more times than I can count, about finding a nice, safe job far away from any forest. But this place, this calling, it's in my blood now. So I stay, despite the fear, despite the memories that haunt my dreams. I stay because someone has to keep watch. Someone has to make sure it doesn't take anyone else. I still have Eric Simmons' notebook, locked away in my desk drawer. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees outside my cabin, I take it out and reread his frantic scribblings. I search for some clue, some insight into what that creature might be and where it came from. But the answers remain elusive, lost in the ramblings of a man whose mind was fracturing under the weight of an impossible reality. These days, when I'm out on patrol, I keep my eyes and ears open, always alert, always watching. Sometimes, when I'm deep in the woods alone, I think I can hear it, a rustle in the undergrowth, a shadow that seems to move just at the edge of my vision. It's probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, the result of that traumatic encounter. But I can't shake the feeling that it's out there, watching, waiting. And so, I continue my vigil. I walk the trails. I warn the visitors, and I keep my rifle close at hand. Because I know that somewhere in these ancient woods, in the deepest, darkest hollows where the sun never quite reaches, something is waiting. Something with glowing eyes and an otherworldly hunger. And as long as I draw breath, I'll be here, standing guard against the watcher in the woods. My name is Stanley Hayes, and I am 72 years old. The story I'm about to tell you happened about 5 years ago when I was working as a park ranger in Whispering Pines National Forest. Now I know what you're thinking. Being a park ranger sounds like a dream job, right? Leisurely strolls through the woods, rescuing the occasional kitten from a tree, and basking in the beauty of nature. Well, let me tell you, it's not all sunshine and wildflowers. There are things out there in the wilderness, strange and unexplainable things that no one warns you about when you sign up for the job. But before I get into all that, let me tell you a bit about myself. I grew up in a small town called Millbrook, nestled in the heart of Arkansas. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, and the biggest excitement was the annual fall festival. My childhood home was a modest two-story house on the outskirts of town, backing up to a dense forest that seemed to stretch on forever. From as far back as I can remember, I was drawn to the outdoors. While other kids were glued to their TV sets or video games, I was out exploring the woods behind our house, building forts and pretending to be a great explorer. My dad, Robert Hayes, was an avid hunter and outdoorsman. He taught me everything he knew about tracking, survival skills, and respecting nature. Some of my fondest memories are of the two of us, trudging through the woods at dawn, watching the forest come alive around us. As I grew older, my love for the outdoors only intensified. It seemed natural to turn that passion into a career, and being a park ranger felt like the perfect fit. It wasn't about hunting or conquering nature, but about preserving it and helping others experience its wonder. So, after high school, I enrolled in a forestry program at the State University and never looked back. Fast forward a few decades, and there I was, Senior Park Ranger Stanley Hayes, proud protector of Whispering Pines National Forest. It was a vast expanse of wilderness, covering over 1.2 million acres of diverse ecosystems. From towering pine forests to hidden waterfalls and deep, mysterious caves, Whispering Pines had it all. And for nearly 30 years, it had been my home away from home. The events I'm about to recount took place in mid-September, just as summer was giving way to fall. The weather was starting to cool down, bringing with it that crisp, invigorating air that always made the forest feel more alive somehow. The leaves were just beginning to turn, splashing the canopy with hints of gold and red. It was my favorite time of year, a time when the forest seemed to hold its breath, caught between seasons. On that particular day, I was on a routine patrol, just a standard check of the northern trails. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a mixture I'd come to love over the years. It's the kind of smell that makes you feel alive, connected to something bigger than yourself. I had my usual gear with me, a radio clipped to my belt, a well-stocked first aid kit in my backpack, and my old trusty compass. I wasn't armed that day, never felt the need to be, honestly. In all my years as a ranger, the most dangerous thing I'd encountered was a particularly ornery raccoon with a taste for camper snacks. The day started normal enough. I checked a couple of campsites, making sure no one was leaving trash behind or disturbing the local wildlife. I chatted with a few hikers, giving them tips on the best trails and reminding them of the park rules. It was the kind of day that reminded me why I loved my job so much, being out in nature, helping people, and feeling like I was making a difference, however small. Around midday, I decided to head towards an old, less-traveled path in the northern part of the park. This trail had been closed off for a while due to some fallen trees, but it was on my list to check if the work crew had cleared it yet. As I made my way down the overgrown path, I noticed something odd. The usual symphony of forest sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling, small animals scurrying about, was conspicuously absent. It was like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I shrugged it off at first, figuring it was just one of those weird natural lulls that happen sometimes. But as I continued down the path, the silence began to feel oppressive, almost unnatural. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After about an hour of walking, I came across something that stopped me in my tracks. There, nestled in a small clearing, was an old cabin. Now, I'd been working these woods for nearly 3 decades, and I knew every inch of this forest like the back of my hand. But this cabin, it wasn't on any of our maps, and I'd never seen it before in all my years here. The structure was clearly abandoned, its wood gray and rotting, windows shattered and empty. Vines had started to reclaim it, creeping up the walls and across the sagging roof. It had an eerie vibe about it, like something out of an old ghost story. But more than scared, I was curious. In my experience, abandoned structures in the middle of nowhere often held interesting stories, and sometimes valuable historical artifacts. I approached the cabin cautiously, my boots crunching on the carpet of dead leaves that surrounded it. The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I made my way to the front door. It was hanging off its hinges, swaying slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I pushed it open, wincing at the loud groan of rusted metal. The interior of the cabin was a study in decay. A thick layer of dust covered everything, and cobwebs stretched from corner to corner like a macabre tapestry. The air was stale and musty, carrying the unmistakable scent of abandonment and rot. Sunlight filtered through the broken windows, illuminating dancing motes of dust and casting long shadows across the floor. Despite its dilapidated state, I could see that the cabin had once been someone's home. There was an old iron stove in one corner, a small table with 2 chairs in the center of the room, and the remains of what looked like a bed frame against the far wall. But what caught my eye was an old leather-bound book sitting on the table, its cover worn and pages yellowed with age. Curiosity piqued, I made my way over to the table, my footsteps echoing in the empty room. I picked up the book carefully, half expecting it to crumble to dust in my hands. But despite its age, it seemed relatively well preserved. I opened it gently, revealing page after page of handwritten entries. It was a journal. As I flipped through the pages, my eyes widened. The journal was filled with strange entries about local legends and sightings of a creature called the Vranid. The descriptions were vague and often contradictory, but it was clear that whoever wrote this believed wholeheartedly in its existence. One entry caught my eye. May 15th, 1952. Saw it again today. The Vranid. It was down by Whispering Creek, just at dusk. Tall as a tree, it was, with limbs like branches and skin pale as moonlight. It moved so fast, silent as a shadow. I tried to follow, but it vanished into the mist. I know folks think I'm crazy, but I know what I saw. The Vranid is real, and it's out there, watching us. The last entry in the journal mentioned something about a hidden cave deep in the forest where the Vranids supposedly lived. I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking it was just the ramblings of some old hermit with too much time on his hands and an overactive imagination. Still, something about the journal intrigued me. I decided to pocket it, figuring it'd make for an interesting read later. As I stepped back outside, the silence hit me again. It was even more pronounced now, an almost tangible weight pressing down on me. The shadows seemed longer, darker somehow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I decided it was time to head back to the main trail and call it a day. That's when I heard it, a rustling noise coming from the dense underbrush to my left. It wasn't the normal sound of a small animal moving through the leaves. This was different, bigger. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "Anyone there?" There was no answer, just more rustling, louder this time. I moved closer, my heart starting to beat a little faster. As I approached, the noise stopped abruptly. Everything went still again. I stood there for a moment, scanning the area, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just trees and shadows, shrugging it off as an animal, probably a deer. I turned to leave. That's when I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A flash of movement, something tall and gaunt, slipping between the trees. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The rational part of my brain tried to explain it away. A trick of the light, a shadow, maybe a bear standing on its hind legs. But deep down I knew I wasn't alone out here. Slowly I backed away, keeping my eyes fixed on the spot where I'd seen the movement. I reached for my radio, intending to call for backup, but all I got was static. The signal was dead. Of course it was. I picked up my pace, trying to stay calm but feeling panic start to rise in my chest. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with every step. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was nothing there. Just trees and lengthening shadows as the sun began to dip towards the horizon. By the time I reached the main trail, I was practically jogging. That's when I saw it again, standing at the edge of the trail, partially obscured by the trees. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, with long gangly limbs and pale, almost translucent skin. Its eyes were dark and hollow, staring right at me. I froze, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was like something out of a nightmare, like the creature from the journal had stepped right off the page and into reality. I took a step back, and it moved, matching my pace. That was all it took. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my life. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps unnaturally quiet for something so large. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare stop. I could feel it getting closer. Up ahead I saw the ranger station, a small building where we kept supplies and a more powerful radio. I pushed myself harder, praying I'd make it. I burst through the door and slammed it shut behind me, locking it for good measure. I grabbed the radio and tried to call for help, but it was still nothing but static. I cursed, banging it against the table in frustration. That's when I heard the scratching at the door. It was here, and it wanted in. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything to defend myself with. There was an old hunting rifle mounted on the wall, a relic from the early days of the park. I grabbed it, checking to see if it was loaded. 2 rounds. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The scratching turned into pounding, the door shaking on its hinges. I backed up, aiming the rifle at the door, my hands trembling. The wood splintered, and the door burst open. The creature stepped inside, its hollow eyes locked on me. I fired, the sound deafening in the small room. The bullet hit it in the shoulder, but it barely flinched. I fired again, this time aiming for its head. The creature staggered back, letting out a high-pitched shriek that made my blood run cold. It wasn't dead, but it was hurt. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I bolted out the back door, running for my truck parked nearby. I jumped in and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, speeding down the dirt road. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the creature chasing me, but there was nothing. Just the dark road behind me and the deepening shadows of the forest. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, my heart still pounding in my chest. I made it back to the main ranger station and reported what happened, but no one believed me. They said I must have imagined it, that it was probably just a bear or something. I knew better. I'd seen the Vranid, and I knew it was real. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those hollow, dark eyes staring at me. I quit my job a week later. Couldn't stand being in the forest anymore. I moved to the city, figuring there was safety in numbers. Years have passed, but I've never forgotten. I still have that journal, tucked away in a drawer. Sometimes, late at night, I'll take it out and read those entries, trying to make sense of what happened. But the truth is, I'll probably never know. The forest holds its secrets close, and some things are better left unknown. I've told this story a few times, but no one ever believes me. They laugh, say I've got a vivid imagination. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was just a bear, and years of solitude in the woods had finally gotten to me. But deep down, I know what I saw, and I know I'm not the only one. People go missing in those woods all the time, and not all of them are ever found. I still get nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat with the memory of those hollow eyes burned into my mind. I've tried to move on, to forget, but it's always there, lurking in the back of my mind. One night, not too long ago, I was watching the news and saw a report about a hiker who went missing in Whispering Pines. They found his campsite, but no sign of him. His friend said he just vanished without a trace. The authorities chalked it up to a wild animal attack, but I knew better. The forest has its own rules, its own ways of dealing with those who venture too deep. And the Vranid, it's part of that. It's the embodiment of the wild, untamed spirit of the woods. A reminder that no matter how much we think we've conquered nature, there are still things out there beyond our understanding. As I sit here, an old man now, far from the forests of my youth, I can't help but wonder, was it real? Did I really see what I think I saw? Or was it all just a product of an overactive imagination and too many years alone in the woods? I don't know if I'll ever have the answers, but one thing's for certain. I'll never look at the forest the same way again, and neither, I suspect, will you. The weeks following my encounter in Whispering Pines were some of the most difficult of my life. I found myself jumping at every shadow, startling at every unexpected noise. Sleep became a luxury I could rarely afford, plagued as I was by vivid nightmares of hollow eyes and reaching, branch-like limbs. My colleagues at the ranger station treated me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. I could see it in their eyes. They thought I'd lost it. Old Stanley gone off the deep end after too many years alone in the woods. I couldn't blame them, really. If someone had come to me with a story like mine, I probably would have reacted the same way. But I knew what I had seen. The image of the Vranid was burned into my mind, impossible to forget or explain away. I threw myself into research, spending hours poring over local folklore and legends, searching for any mention of a creature that matched what I had encountered. The journal I had found in the cabin became my constant companion, its weathered pages offering tantalizing hints but no concrete answers. It was during this time that I met Dr. Eleanor Blackwood, a professor of folklore and mythology at the State University. I had reached out to her department, hoping to find someone who might take my story seriously. To my surprise, she agreed to meet with me. Dr. Blackwood was a small, wiry woman with sharp green eyes and a shock of silver hair. She listened to my story without interruption, her face betraying no emotion. When I finished, she sat back in her chair, studying me intently. "Mr. Hayes," she said finally, her voice soft but firm, "I've heard many stories in my years of study, but yours is something different." I felt a glimmer of hope. "You believe me?" She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I believe that you believe what you saw, and I believe that there are things in this world that defy our understanding. What I can tell you is that your story bears striking similarities to legends I've encountered in my research." Over the next few hours, Dr. Blackwood shared with me tales from various cultures. Native American legends of forest spirits, European folklore about creatures that lurked in the deep woods, even modern urban legends about mysterious beings in national parks. The details varied, but the core remained the same: tall, otherworldly creatures that seemed to be guardians or embodiments of the wilderness itself. The name Vranid, she mused, I haven't encountered before. But the concept? That's as old as humanity's relationship with the wild. As fascinating as our discussion was, it left me with more questions than answers. Dr. Blackwood promised to look into it further and keep in touch. But as I left her office that day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled onto something far bigger and more ancient than I could comprehend. The next few months were a blur. I couldn't bring myself to return to work at Whispering Pines. The very thought of those dense woods filled me with a primal fear I couldn't shake. I took an extended leave of absence, citing stress and health concerns. My superiors were understanding, if a bit confused. I had always been the steady one, the reliable old-timer who never took a sick day. Now I was a shell of my former self. I threw myself into research, spending countless hours in libraries and online forums, searching for any information I could find about creatures like the Vranid. I even reached out to other park rangers across the country, discreetly asking if they had ever encountered anything unusual in their forests. Most of the responses I got were polite dismissals or concerned inquiries about my well-being. But there were a very few, that gave me pause. A ranger in the Pacific Northwest who spoke of shadow people glimpsed between the trees. Another in the Appalachians who described finding inexplicable, enormous footprints that disappeared into solid rock faces. Nothing concrete, nothing that could be proven, but enough to keep the embers of my conviction burning. It was during this time that the nightmare started to evolve. No longer was I simply reliving my encounter in the woods. Now I found myself lost in vast primordial forests, the trees towering so high their tops were lost in mist. And always I could feel eyes upon me. Not malevolent, precisely, but utterly alien, watching, waiting, judging. I would wake from these dreams drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, the scent of pine and damp earth so strong I could almost believe I was back in Whispering Pines. It was after one such night that I made my decision. I had to go back. The drive back to Whispering Pines was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Every mile closer made my palms sweat and my heart race. But I knew I had to face this, had to know for sure if what I had experienced was real or if I had finally cracked after all my years in the wilderness. I arrived at the ranger station early in the morning, before most of the staff had arrived. Jake, the night shift guy, was just about to leave when I walked in. He did a double take when he saw me. "Stanley, what are you doing here, man? Thought you were on leave." I forced a smile. "Just came to pick up some things I left behind." "Mind if I grab my old gear?" Jake shrugged. "Sure thing. Good to see you, Stanley. You've been missed around here." As I gathered my old pack and gear, a wave of nostalgia hit me. This had been my life for so long. The familiar weight of the pack on my shoulders, the creak of my well-worn boots. For a moment, I was tempted to just slip back into my old routine, to pretend that nothing had ever happened. But I couldn't. I knew what I had to do. I left a note for the chief ranger, explaining that I was going to do one last patrol of my old route. Then, with a deep breath, I stepped out onto the trail and into the forest. The woods were as beautiful as I remembered. Dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, the air rich with the scent of pine and wildflowers. For the first few hours, I almost managed to convince myself that everything was normal, just another day on the job. But as I approached the area where I had encountered the Vranid, the atmosphere began to change. The bird songs grew fewer and farther between. The air seemed to thicken, making each breath a conscious effort, and that feeling of being watched returned, prickling at the back of my neck. I found the old cabin easily enough. It looked even more decrepit than I remembered, as if it had aged decades in the months since I'd last seen it. The door hung open, swaying gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. With trembling hands, I pulled out my flashlight and stepped inside. The interior was exactly as I remembered it. dusty, cobweb-covered, frozen in time, but the journal was gone. In its place was a single sheet of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in spidery handwriting, was a single sentence. The Vranid watches. The Vranid waits. The forest remembers. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't told anyone about the journal. How could this be here? That's when I heard it, a rustling from outside, too big to be a small animal. My heart began to race. Slowly, feeling as if I was moving through molasses, I turned towards the door. There, framed in the entrance, was a figure. Tall, impossibly tall, with limbs like gnarled branches and skin as pale as birch bark. Its eyes, dark hollows in its face, fixed on me with an intelligence that was utterly alien, yet undeniably present. The Vranid. For a long moment we stared at each other. I waited for the fear to come, for the panic that had gripped me during our last encounter, but instead I felt calm, as if I was in the presence of something ancient and powerful. Yes, but not inherently malevolent. Slowly, deliberately, the Vranid raised one long-fingered hand and pointed deeper into the forest. Then, as silently as it had appeared, it turned and walked away, its form seeming to melt into the shadows between the trees. I stood there for what felt like hours, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. Part of me wanted to run, to flee back to the safety of civilization and never look back. But a larger part, the part that had called me to the forest in the first place all those years ago, knew that I had to follow. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the cabin and into the deepening shadows of the forest. Whatever lay ahead, whatever truths I might uncover, I knew that my life would never be the same. The forest had called, and I had no choice but to answer. As I ventured deeper into the unknown, following the path the Vranid had indicated, I couldn't help but feel that I was walking into something far bigger than myself. The forest around me seemed to pulse with an energy I had never noticed before, as if it was alive and aware in a way I had never understood. The trail I followed was barely visible, more of a game path than anything made by human feet. It led me through dense underbrush, over babbling streams, and past trees so ancient their trunks were wider than my arm span. All the while I felt watched, guided, herded toward some unknown destination. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, I found myself in a part of Whispering Pines I had never seen before. The trees here were different, older, more gnarled, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers, moss hung in thick curtains, and the ground was soft and spongy underfoot. And then, quite suddenly, I emerged into a clearing. At its center stood a massive oak tree, its trunk easily 20 feet in diameter, its branches spread out in all directions, creating a canopy that seemed to encompass the entire clearing. But it was what was at the base of the tree that took my breath away. There, nestled between two enormous roots, was a cave entrance. It was perfectly round, as if it had been carved by human hands, but I knew instinctively that no human tool had shaped this opening. Runes or symbols of some kind were etched around the entrance, glowing faintly with a light that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of my heart. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, already knowing what I would see. The Vranid stood at the edge of the clearing, its tall form blending seamlessly with the ancient trees. But it wasn't alone. As I watched, other figures emerged from the forest. Some were tall and spindly like the Vranid. Others were squat and gnarled like ancient tree stumps come to life. Some seemed to be made of mist and shadow, while others looked as solid as the rocks and earth. They formed a loose circle around the clearing, their otherworldly eyes all fixed on me. I should have been terrified, but somehow I wasn't. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if everything, the trees, the earth, these strange beings, even the very air itself, was waiting for something. The Vranid stepped forward, its movement fluid and graceful despite its gangly form. It raised one long arm, pointing towards the cave entrance. The message was clear. This was why I had been brought here. This was what I needed to see. With a deep breath, I stepped towards the cave. As I approached, the symbols around the entrance began to glow brighter. I could feel a thrumming energy emanating from within, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. I paused at the threshold, looking back at the assembled beings. The Vranid nodded, a surprisingly human gesture from such an alien creature. Taking another deep breath, I ducked my head and stepped into the cave. The moment I crossed the threshold, the world seemed to shift. The air became thick and heavy, filled with the scent of loam and ancient things. The walls of the cave were smooth, almost polished, and covered in more of those strange glowing symbols. As I ventured deeper, the cave opened up into a vast chamber, and there, in the center, was something that defied description. It was like a pool of liquid starlight, swirling and pulsing with colors I had no names for. Images flashed across its surface: forests, mountains, deserts, oceans. I saw creatures both familiar and utterly alien, civilizations rising and falling, the earth changing and evolving over eons. I understood then, in a moment of clarity that was both exhilarating and terrifying, what I was seeing. This was the heart of the forest, not just whispering pines, but all forests, all wild places. It was the wellspring of life itself, the source of the magic and mystery that humans had sensed in nature since the dawn of time. And the Vranid, the other beings I had seen, they were its guardians, ancient spirits of the natural world, preserving and protecting this vital force from those who would exploit or destroy it. I don't know how long I stood there, lost in the swirling visions of the pool. It could have been minutes or days, but eventually I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder. The Vranid stood beside me, its hollow eyes somehow conveying a depth of emotion I hadn't thought possible. Slowly, reverently, it reached out and touched the surface of the pool. The liquid light clung to its fingers, and as I watched, it turned to me and gently pressed its hand to my forehead. In that moment, everything changed. Knowledge flooded into me, the language of trees, the songs of stones, the whispered secrets of the wind. I saw the world as the Vranid saw it, as a vast interconnected web of life and energy. I understood the vital role that places like Whispering Pines played in maintaining the balance of the world. And I understood my part in it all. Why I had been chosen, why I had been allowed to see these wonders. I was to be a bridge, a translator between the world of humans and the ancient spirits of nature. It was a responsibility both thrilling and terrifying. When the vision faded, I found myself back in the clearing, the first light of dawn breaking through the trees. The other beings were gone, but the Vranid remained. It nodded to me one last time, then turned and melted into the forest. I made my way back to the ranger station in a daze, my mind reeling from all that I had experienced. I knew that my life had irrevocably changed, that I could never go back to being the man I was before. In the years since that night, I've done my best to fulfill the role given to me. I returned to my job as a park ranger, but with a new purpose. I've become an advocate for conservation, using my experiences to help others understand the true value and wonder of our wild places. I've worked with scientists and researchers, bridging the gap between empirical knowledge and the ancient wisdom I was given. It hasn't been easy. Many still don't believe me, think I'm just a crazy old man with wild stories. But that's okay. I know the truth, and I do what I can to protect it. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full, I'll venture deep into the woods of Whispering Pines. There, in the shadowy spaces between the trees, I'll catch glimpses of tall, otherworldly figures, a reminder that the world is far more vast and mysterious than we can imagine, and that the wild places still hold secrets beyond our understanding. So the next time you're in a forest, and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, remember my story. Remember that there are guardians in the wild places, ancient and powerful. They're watching, waiting, protecting the heart of nature itself. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, they'll choose to reveal themselves to you too. But be warned, once you've seen the truth, there's no going back. The forest will forever call to you, its secrets whispering on the wind, inviting you to delve deeper into the mysteries of the natural world. It's a call that, once heard, can never be forgotten. And me? I'm just grateful for the glimpse I've been given, for the role I've been asked to play. I'm Stanley Hayes, former park ranger, now guardian of secrets and teller of tales, and this is my story. I accepted the seasonal maintenance position at Canyon de Chelly in late May of 2016 to earn extra money and escape Phoenix's brutal summer heat. 24 years old and restless, I figured 3 months of trail work would be straightforward. Clear debris after storms, repair damaged sections, maintain the footpaths before tourist groups arrived each morning. The pay wasn't spectacular, but the solitude appealed to me more than I wanted to admit. The canyon itself was more impressive than any photograph suggested. Vertical sandstone walls rose 800 feet in places, their surfaces painted with streaks of desert varnish that marked centuries of water flow. The colors shifted throughout the day: rust red in morning light, deep amber by afternoon, purple shadows at dusk. Once you descended from the rim and walked far enough along the canyon floor, civilization felt impossibly distant. The road above, the parking areas, the visitor center, all of it ceased to exist in any meaningful way. By the third week of July, I had learned the canyon's patterns. Monsoon storms rolled in during afternoon hours, building rapidly from seemingly clear skies. Within 20 minutes, the temperature would drop 15 degrees, wind would howl through the narrow passages, and rain would hammer down with enough force to strip loose soil from the trails. Flash floods were the real danger. A storm miles away could send a wall of water through the washes without warning, turning calm sandy bottoms into churning rapids in seconds. The protocol was clear: never work alone after heavy rain. The ground became treacherous, unstable, unpredictable. But that summer, staffing was thin. 2 people had quit without explanation in early July, and another had transferred to a different park. When the White House Ruin Trail needed inspection before morning tours, there simply wasn't anyone available to pair with me. My supervisor, Thomas Begay, handed me the radio at 6 in the morning. The storm had passed through sometime after midnight, and the trail reports from the rim suggested significant damage. "Check for washouts on the main route," he said, his weathered face showing concern. "Mark anything that needs repair crew attention. Keep the radio on channel 3. I shouldered my pack, checked my water supply, and started down. The descent took longer than usual. Even early morning brought no relief from humidity, and the air felt thick, pressing against my skin. Mud-covered sections of the trail grabbing at my boots with surprising strength. I worked slowly, methodically, making notes about damaged areas, moving branches that had fallen across the path, pushing loose rocks away from the switchbacks where hikers would walk in a few hours. The smell was distinctive after rain in the desert. Wet sandstone gave off an earthy mineral scent, while creosote bushes released their sharp, cleansing aroma. But underneath that, something else lingered: stagnant water, decaying vegetation, the peculiar mustiness of mud that had been churned and rechurned by multiple storms. Sound behaved strangely in the canyon. Water dripped from crevices in the walls, creating echoes that bounced and multiplied until it seemed like rain was still falling. My own footsteps sounded too loud, then too quiet, then impossibly close to my ears. The radio hissed occasionally with static, but no voices came through. The walls were too high here, blocking transmission. An hour into the inspection, the trail narrowed. The walls pressed inward, creating a corridor barely 15 feet wide. The floor was almost entirely mud, deep enough in places that I sank past my ankles. A large boulder marked the bend ahead, water-stained and surrounded by debris from the storm. That's where I saw him. A man crouched near the boulder, hunched forward, one arm wrapped across his midsection. He wore a faded denim jacket, soaked dark in patches, and jeans that were caked with reddish-brown clay. His head was bent so far forward that his chin nearly touched his chest. He didn't move as I approached. "Hey!" My voice bounced off the walls, returning fractured and strange. "You okay?" Silence. Not even a shift in posture to acknowledge my presence. I moved closer, boots squelching in the mud. "The trail's closed for maintenance. How did you get down here? Still nothing. Water dripped from his jacket, forming small pools in the mud around his feet. His hands were visible now, pale skin, fingers slightly curled, covered in the same reddish clay that coated everything after the storm. Then he stood up. The movement was wrong from the first instant. His arms swung forward as if pulled by invisible strings, extending too far before his legs straightened to catch up. The motion had no natural flow to it, no smooth transition from crouch to standing. It looked mechanical, disjointed, like watching someone manipulate a marionette with tangled strings. He turned his head toward me. The rotation was too slow, too deliberate, and it continued past the point where it should have stopped. His shoulder remained stationary while his face kept turning, showing me his profile at an angle that made my stomach tighten. A sound came from his chest, not words, but a deep exhalation, thick and wet, as if he were forcing air through liquid. The sound rattled and bubbled, then cut off abruptly. I stopped moving. Every instinct screamed that something was fundamentally wrong with what I was seeing. This wasn't injury. This wasn't hypothermia or shock or any medical emergency I could rationalize. The way he stood, the unnatural angles of his joints, the sound of that breathing, none of it fit. He took a step toward me. His foot dragged through the mud, lifting too late, setting down too hard. The other foot followed with the same jerking motion, but despite the awkwardness, he was covering ground. The mud that should have been slowing him down seemed to have no effect. I backed up, keeping my eyes locked on him, feeling behind me with one boot before committing my weight. The radio was in my pack, but reaching for it meant taking my attention away from him, and that thought filled me with dread. He kept coming. Same uneven gait, same forward-leaning posture that suggested he might topple over at any moment. But he didn't. He just kept walking, each step bringing him closer. The canyon stretched ahead of me, 2 miles at least before the loop would bring me back toward any rim access point. Behind me lay the damaged footbridge over the wash's side channel, the planks broken and unsafe. That meant detouring to the alternate climb point near Junction Ruin, adding 5 miles to my route. I turned and started walking faster. Behind me, I could hear his boots splashing through mud puddles, irregular but persistent. The sound of his breathing carried between splashes that same thick, wet rattle that didn't match the steady pace of his steps. The canyon floor had become an obstacle course. Storm runoff channeled toward the main wash, leaving ankle-deep mud in some stretches and rushing streams in others. Small waterfalls emerged from cracks in the canyon walls, feeding into channels that cut across the trail. Every time I slowed to navigate a difficult section, I expected to hear him closing the distance. The fear of that, of turning and finding him right behind me, made my hands shake and my breathing shallow. I pulled the radio free while walking, pressed the call button. Static hissed back at me, meaningless. The canyon walls rose too steeply here for any signal to reach the rim. I shoved it back into my pack and kept moving. A mile in, the trail entered a section where the walls pressed so close together that my shoulders nearly brushed both sides. The floor was covered with loose rock fragments mixed with slippery clay. My boots skidded with each step, forcing me to slow down even though every nerve in my body screamed to move faster. I looked back. He was closer, maybe 30 yards now, still not running. I hadn't seen him break into anything faster than that strange, jerking walk, but the gap was narrowing. His head remained tilted at that wrong angle, and even from this distance I could hear the wet sound of his breathing echoing off the walls. Panic started creeping in around the edges of my thoughts. I forced it back, focused on the trail ahead, tried to remember every detail from the maps I'd studied. The alternate climb point was still at least a mile away. The trail would funnel me straight toward it with no alternate routes. If he kept following, I would have to outpace him the entire way. The worst section came without warning. Storm runoff had carved a shallow trench through the trail, and the bottom was filled with mud that grabbed at my boots like living hands. Each step required pulling my entire leg free with enough force that my thigh muscles burned within minutes. Behind me, the splashing continued. irregular rhythm but too quick for someone who should have been struggling through the same conditions. The sound was getting closer. I pushed harder, legs screaming, sweat mixing with the grit and dust that clung to my face. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my vision started narrowing at the edges. Somewhere in my memory, fragments surfaced from conversations with the Navajo maintenance crew I'd worked alongside earlier in the season. They'd been careful with their words, speaking around subjects rather than addressing them directly. But one evening, one of them had mentioned something, not quite a warning, but close, about things that weren't what they appeared to be. About the importance of not acknowledging certain encounters, of moving away without confrontation. At the time, it had sounded like folklore. Now, with that thing following me through the mud and those wrong-angled joints and that breathing, it didn't seem like a story anymore. The canyon walls began to change. The flat mud gave way to angled sandstone, grooved and carved by water. According to the maps, the emergency climb point started somewhere ahead. A steep ascent meant for rangers, not tourists rising sharply toward the rim. I forced myself to slow down enough to check behind me one more time. He was 40 yards back. Same gait, same posture, but his breathing had gotten louder, that wet rattling sound bouncing off the canyon walls until it seemed to come from everywhere. The base of the climb appeared suddenly, the trail giving way to slick sandstone angled upward at 45 degrees. Water still ran down the grooves from the previous night's storm, making the surface treacherous. I didn't hesitate. I attacked the slope immediately, digging the toes of my boots into the carved channels, using my hands wherever necessary for balance. The burn in my legs went from uncomfortable to agonizing within seconds. Sweat poured down my face, stinging my eyes, mixing with the sand and grit that covered everything. The sun beat down through the narrow gap between the canyon walls, and the air felt thick enough to choke on. Halfway up, I had to stop. Not to rest. Stopping felt impossible, but to look back, I needed to know. He stood at the base of the climb, face angled upward toward me. For several seconds he didn't move. Then he stepped onto the incline. His foot slid backward immediately. The mud caking his boots and jeans provided no traction on the wet sandstone. He tried again, leaning farther forward, and slid back once more. I didn't wait to see if he'd keep trying. I turned and pushed upward, muscles screaming, lungs burning, refusing to stop until I reached the shelf. The narrow ledge offered just enough space to stand, maybe 8 feet wide. From there, the switchback trail led to the rim, steep, exposed sections where the drop beside the path went straight down to the canyon floor, hundreds of feet below. But it was a way out. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to force air into my lungs. When I could breathe again, I looked down one final time. He stood at the bottom, motionless, head still angled upward. Watching, the switchbacks tested everything I had left. Sharp turns, loose gravel that shifted under every step, sections where the trail clung to the canyon wall with nothing but air beside it. My legs shook violently, threatening to give out with each stride, but I forced them to keep moving. By the time I saw the rim road ahead, black asphalt shimmering in the heat, I could barely stand. I staggered onto the pavement and sat down hard, pack still strapped to my shoulders, boots leaving red clay prints on the road surface. Late afternoon sun hung low in the west when a park maintenance truck approached. A ranger named Gerald Whitehorse stepped out, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to concern when he saw my condition. "You're the seasonal worker, right? From the White House Trail?" I nodded, still too winded to speak. He helped me into the truck, turned up the air conditioning, handed me a water bottle. As we drove toward the station, I told him what I'd seen. The crouched figure, the wrong movements, the pursuit through the mud. He was quiet for a long time. Finally, he said, "That section of trail, you're not the first to report something there. Past few summers, we've had workers quit without filing their exit reports. Some won't discuss what happened, others wished they'd kept silent." 2 weeks later, I submitted my resignation. I left the reason section blank on the paperwork. Thomas Begay didn't push for details, just shook my hand and wished me well. On my drive out through Chinle, afternoon clouds built over the canyon walls, dark and promising another storm. At a pullout overlooking the canyon, I stopped one last time. Far below where the walls narrowed and the trail bent toward the boulder, something stood perfectly still, watching the water flow past. I got back in my car and drove away. I haven't been back since. And when people ask about my summer in Arizona, I tell them about the heat, the storms, and the incredible beauty of the canyon walls. I don't tell them about anything else, because some things are better left unacknowledged. Some encounters don't have explanations, and some trails are best left to others. The canyon keeps its secrets. I've kept mine. I'd always been drawn to isolated places, the kind of emptiness that swallowed sound and left you alone with your thoughts. As a landscape photographer, that solitude wasn't just preferred, it was essential. The best shots never came from crowded overlooks or well-trodden trails. They came from places where human presence was an anomaly, where the land stretched untouched and indifferent to the concerns of civilization. When February ended and I saw that narrow window in early March before the spring tourist season descended upon Utah's canyon country, I knew I had to move quickly. My target was Black Rock Arch near Comb Ridge, a location I'd been studying on maps and satellite images for months. The arch itself wasn't widely known, tucked away in a remote section of the ridge that required both determination and proper planning to reach. I wanted to capture it during that perfect hour when the morning sun would illuminate the sandstone in shades of copper and gold, transforming the ancient formation into something almost otherworldly. To get that shot, I'd need to camp far from any town, far from any other human being. That prospect didn't frighten me. If anything, it called to me with an intensity I couldn't quite explain. I'd spent the better part of 32 years seeking out places like this, and each expedition felt like coming home to a world that made more sense than the one I'd left behind. Comb Ridge itself was a geological wonder, a massive monocline of Navajo sandstone that sliced through southeastern Utah like a prehistoric wall. Stretching nearly 80 miles from north to south, the ridge rose dramatically from the surrounding desert floor, its layered cliffs catching the light in ways that changed hour by hour. The Bureau of Land Management maintained several primitive campsites scattered along the rough access roads that wound through the area, each more remote than the last. I'd chosen the furthest site, the one marked on my map with a simple designation, Site 7. According to the ranger I'd spoken with over the phone 2 weeks earlier, it rarely saw visitors outside of peak season. "You'll have the place to yourself," he'd said, and those words had sealed my decision. I turned off US Route 163 late on a Thursday afternoon, my Toyota Tacoma immediately protesting as the smooth highway gave way to washboard gravel. The road was barely maintained, meant more for high-clearance vehicles and motorcycles than passenger cars. Loose stones pinged against the undercarriage as I navigated around potholes and drainage gullies carved by flash floods. Junipers dotted the landscape, their twisted forms casting long shadows as the sun dropped toward the horizon. 40 minutes of bone-rattling progress brought me to Site 7. My headlights swept across the empty campsite as I pulled in, illuminating a flat clearing of packed sand surrounded by scattered sage and juniper. The spot sat at the mouth of a dry wash, with Comb Ridge looming maybe 200 yards to the east, its striated face already darkening as the sun abandoned it. I killed the engine and sat for a moment in the sudden silence, feeling the day's tension drain from my shoulders. This was exactly what I'd needed, complete isolation, nothing but desert and stone and sky. The nearest town, Bluff, was nearly 30 miles back the way I'd come. The nearest person could be anywhere within 100 square miles of empty wilderness. Setting up camp took less than an hour. I'd done it so many times the process had become automatic. Stake out the tent corners, thread the poles, secure the rainfly, even though no clouds threatened. I arranged my camera gear carefully inside my truck's cab, then set up my small camp chair near the fire ring, a circle of blackened stones that previous campers had assembled. As darkness settled in completely, I heated water on my portable stove and prepared a freeze-dried meal. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun disappeared, and I pulled on an extra fleece layer while I ate. Above me, the stars emerged in stunning profusion, the Milky Way visible as a bright band across the sky. Out here, away from any light pollution, the universe revealed itself in ways that city dwellers never witnessed. The only sounds were my own movements, and distantly, the high yipping calls of coyotes somewhere out in the darkness. Their vocalizations rose and fell in waves, primitive and haunting. I'd heard coyotes hundreds of times before on other camping trips. Their presence was normal, expected, almost comforting in its familiarity. By 11:30, my eyelids were growing heavy. I'd driven nearly 400 miles that day, and tomorrow would require an early start if I wanted to catch the sunrise at Black Rock Arch. I banked the small fire, made sure my food was secured in the truck to avoid attracting wildlife, and retreated to my tent. The sleeping bag enveloped me in warmth, and I switched off my headlamp, plunging the interior of the tent into absolute blackness. For a few minutes I lay there listening to the silence, then consciousness slipped away. My eyes snapped open in darkness so complete I couldn't tell if I was even awake. Something had pulled me from sleep, not a dream, not a gradual emergence into consciousness, but a sudden, urgent awareness that something was wrong. I lay perfectly motionless, listening with every fiber of my being. My watch face glowed faintly when I pressed the button. 2:08 a.m. Outside the tent, the world was absolutely still. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing. Just oppressive, suffocating silence. Then I heard it. Gravel crunching, slow and deliberate. The sound came from somewhere beyond the tent's northern side, maybe 20 feet away. Crunch, pause, crunch. Each footfall careful and measured, as if whatever made them was testing the ground before committing its weight. My first thought was wildlife, a deer, or perhaps a cow that had wandered away from a nearby ranch. But cattle made more noise, their hooves striking harder against the rocky ground, and deer moved differently, more quickly, more nervously. These footsteps had an unsettling quality. They were too methodical, too deliberate. They circled slowly around the perimeter of my campsite, stopping occasionally, then resuming. I counted the steps in my head, 12 around the north side, then a pause, then 8 more heading west. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I told myself to stay calm. There were logical explanations. Mountain lions sometimes approached campsites, curious about human presence. They moved carefully, testing for threats. That had to be it. But mountain lions didn't wear boots. The thought arrived unbidden, irrational. I pushed it away immediately, but my hands were already unzipping the sleeping bag, reaching for my headlamp. I needed to look, needed to confirm that nothing was actually wrong, that my imagination was simply running wild in the darkness and isolation. I unzipped the tent flap as quietly as possible, holding my breath. Cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of sage and dry earth. I poked my head out slowly, clicking on the headlamp. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating juniper trunks and scattered stones. Nothing moved. I swept the light around in a slow arc, checking every shadow, every potential hiding place. The campsite looked exactly as I'd left it. My fire ring sat undisturbed. My truck crouched silent and still. My camping chair exactly where I'd positioned it. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and foolish in the vastness. "Anyone there?" Silence answered. Not even the coyotes responded. I climbed out of the tent completely, my bare feet finding the cold sand. The temperature had dropped significantly, probably into the 30s. I shivered as I made a complete circle around the campsite, my headlamp beam dancing across the ground, searching for tracks. Nothing. The sand and gravel showed no fresh prints, no evidence that anything had disturbed the area. Even my own footprints from earlier, leading from the truck to the tent, looked old and settled. The feeling of being watched pressed against me like physical weight. Every instinct screamed that something was out there in the darkness beyond my small circle of light, something patient and attentive. But my eyes found nothing to justify that feeling. I returned to the tent after several minutes, zipping the flap securely behind me. My rational mind insisted this was nothing, just the strange effects of deep isolation on human psychology, the way silence and darkness could conjure threats from nothing. But my hands shook slightly as I settled back into the sleeping bag. I forced my breathing to slow, counted backwards from 100, tried every relaxation technique I knew. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me again, pulling me back into fitful sleep. Morning light filtering through the tent fabric woke me just after 6. My body felt heavy, unrested, as if I'd spent the night fighting rather than sleeping. I groaned and sat up, running my hands through my hair. The memory of the footsteps felt distant now, more like a half-remembered dream than actual experience. In the clear light of morning, the fear seemed ridiculous. Of course, there had been a logical explanation. An animal, the wind, the settling of stones, any number of mundane causes that my tired brain had transformed into something sinister. I unzipped the tent and crawled out, straightening up and stretching. The day was already warming, the sun climbing rapidly toward the ridge behind me. Then I looked around the campsite and froze. The firewood was scattered. I'd stacked it neatly last night, creating a tidy pile near the fire ring. Now the pieces lay spread across 15 feet of ground, some thrown clear to the edge of the clearing. They hadn't just fallen, they'd been deliberately tossed. I walked slowly toward the fire ring, my pulse accelerating. Maybe an animal had done this, rooting around for insects or scraps of food. But I'd been careful not to leave any food out, and the scattered pattern looked almost purposeful. Then I noticed the tent flap. It hung open, the zipper pulled halfway down. I'd closed it completely before falling asleep, sealing myself inside. I distinctly remembered the sound of the zipper teeth clicking shut, the sense of security it provided. My stomach tightened. Had I sleepwalked? I'd never done that before, not once in my entire life. But what other explanation made sense? I spent the next hour trying to convince myself that wind could have done this, that I'd simply forgotten to zip the tent completely, that my memory was playing tricks. None of it felt true, but I clung to the rationalizations anyway. What else could I do? Pack up and abandon the trip based on some scattered firewood? By 7:30, I'd forced down breakfast and loaded my camera gear into a day pack. I had locations to scout and light to chase. The unsettling morning could be filed away, explained later when my mind was clearer. The hike to Black Rock Arch took me deep into the maze of sandstone formations that characterized this section of Comb Ridge. The trail, if it could be called that, was more of a rough route marked occasionally by cairns built by previous hikers. I navigated by GPS and instinct, climbing over slick rock fins and descending into narrow washes. The land here felt ancient in a way that transcended simple age. Every stone held the memory of vanished oceans, of tectonic forces that had folded and thrust this section of Earth skyward. Wind and water had sculpted the sandstone into fantastic shapes, hoodoos and arches, fins and bridges. It was a landscape that human presence had barely touched. I reached a promising overlook around noon, a ledge that offered sweeping views across the layered sandstone waves below. The light was harsh at this hour, not ideal for photography, but I wanted to scout the angles for tomorrow's sunrise shoot. I spent an hour moving along the ledge, testing different compositions through my viewfinder. Behind the camera, the world made sense. Everything could be reduced to light and shadow, to lines and forms that fit neatly within a frame. It was easier than thinking about last night, easier than acknowledging the growing knot of unease that sat heavy in my chest. Around 2 o'clock, as I was preparing to descend from the ledge, a sharp crack echoed up from the ravine below. The sound of rock striking rock, unmistakable and close. I moved carefully to the edge and looked down. The ravine dropped away steeply, maybe 60 feet to a boulder-choked bottom. Nothing moved down there, but the sound had been clear, recent. A stone dislodged by, what? Heat expansion? An animal? Minutes passed in silence. My neck prickled with renewed awareness. that same feeling of being observed that had plagued me last night. I scanned the canyon walls across from me, looking for movement, for anything out of place. Nothing. I packed up quickly, suddenly eager to return to camp before the sun dropped too low. The descent from the ledge was slower and more treacherous than the climb up had been. I picked my way carefully down the narrow trail, watching my footing on the loose stone. Then I saw it, and my breath caught in my throat. In a patch of sand crossing the trail, clear and unmistakable, was a single boot print. My boot print, I recognized the distinctive zigzag tread pattern immediately, the same as the hiking boots I'd purchased last year. But it was facing the wrong direction. The print pointed up the trail, toward me, as if someone had been walking backward, or as if something had stepped here while facing me, while I was up on the ledge above. I knelt beside it, my hands hovering over the impression without touching. My mind raced through possibilities. Had I passed this way earlier and simply not noticed? But I'd been careful about my route, and I would have remembered stepping here. The sand was too perfect, too undisturbed by other tracks. The print sat alone, isolated, impossible. I looked around frantically, searching for other tracks, for any explanation. The trail was mostly rock here, offering no other readable surface, just this one patch of sand, this one perfect print. Fear crystallized into something sharp and cold in my belly. I stood quickly and started moving again, faster now, less concerned with careful footing and more concerned with distance. I needed to get back to camp, back to the truck, back to something familiar and real. By the time I reached camp, twilight had begun to drain color from the landscape. Everything looked gray and flat. The vibrant reds and oranges of the sandstone muted into uniformity. I built a fire quickly, needing the warmth and light, needing the crackling flames to fill the oppressive silence. I tried to eat but had no appetite. The boot print haunted me, that impossible backward-facing impression. I kept telling myself there had to be an explanation, but every rational thought felt thin and unconvincing. As full darkness descended, I found myself checking my watch obsessively. 8 prem, 9 prem, 10 prem. Each hour dragged past with agonizing slowness. I fed the fire, watching the flames dance and throw shifting shadows across the surrounding junipers. Every shadow looked wrong, seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at it. By 11 I was exhausted but wired, my nerves singing with tension. I couldn't stay out here by the fire all night, but the thought of retreating to the tent felt like surrendering, like making myself vulnerable. Finally, at midnight, I gave up and crawled into the tent. I left my headlamp on, the beam pointed at the ceiling, casting a dim glow through the interior. I removed my boots and set them just outside the flap, within arm's reach. Then I lay back, every sense straining to hear beyond the tent walls. The hours crawled by. I dozed fitfully, jerking awake at the slightest sound. A juniper branch creaking in the breeze, a stone settling somewhere in the darkness, my own heartbeat loud in my ears. At 1:32 a.m. I heard them again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the gravel, approaching from the direction of the dry wash. My entire body went rigid, breath frozen in my lungs. The steps came closer, each one distinct and measured. They circled around the back of the tent, toward the side where my head rested against the ground. Then they stopped, directly behind me, perhaps 3 feet away, separated only by the thin nylon of the tent wall. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Terror paralyzed every muscle as I waited for whatever came next. Then I heard it. A long, slow exhalation. Human-like but wrong. The breath holding for far too long before ending in a wet, rattling sound deep in someone's throat. It wasn't the breathing of someone who needed air. It was breathing as performance, as mockery. "Hey," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Who's there?" Silence. But I could feel presence on the other side of the tent wall. Something patient and attentive, listening to my fear. I couldn't take it anymore. I lunged forward and ripped open the tent flap, my headlamp beam cutting into the darkness. Nothing. Empty desert stretched away into blackness beyond my small circle of light. I swept the beam around frantically, checking every direction. Then I looked down and my stomach dropped. One of my boots was gone. The left one, which I'd placed carefully outside the tent alongside its partner. Now only the right boot remained, sitting alone in the dirt, laces still tied exactly as I'd left them. I stared at the empty space where the boot should have been, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. Things didn't just vanish. Boots didn't disappear. There had to be an explanation. But when I searched the area around the tent, my headlamp revealing every stone and depression, I found nothing. No tracks, no drag marks, no evidence that anything had been moved. The boot was simply gone, taken by something that left no trace of its presence. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the tent's open doorway, headlamp on, watching the darkness until the first gray hints of dawn began to seep into the eastern sky. Only then did exhaustion begin to overwhelm fear, my eyelids drooping despite my determination to stay alert. When I finally emerged fully from the tent around 7, my body ached with fatigue and my nerves felt raw. The missing boot sat in the forefront of my mind, impossible to rationalize away. I'd have to hike in my old trail runners, thin-soled shoes I kept behind the truck seat for emergencies. Pride and stubbornness kept me from immediately packing up and leaving. I'd come here for specific shots, and I wasn't going to let what exactly was happening? I couldn't even name it, couldn't give shape to the thing that had been stalking my campsite for 2 nights. I forced down instant coffee and an energy bar, then loaded minimal camera gear into my pack. Today I'd push out to Black Rock Arch itself, scout the exact position I wanted for tomorrow's sunrise. Then I'd make a decision about whether to stay another night or abandon the trip. The hike took 2 hours, the trail runners providing inadequate protection against the rough terrain. Small stones pressed painfully through the thin soles, and I had to move more carefully than I would have in proper hiking boots. The irony wasn't lost on me. Whoever or whatever had taken my boot had effectively hobbled me, made me more vulnerable. Black Rock Arch rose before me around 10 a.m., a graceful span of dark sandstone spanning a narrow gap in the ridge. The formation was smaller than the famous arches in the national parks, but its isolation made it special. Standing beneath it, looking up at the ancient stone, I felt a momentary peace. Then that feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. I turned slowly, scanning the surrounding landscape. Canyon walls rose on 3 sides, their surfaces broken by shadowed alcoves and narrow crevices. 1,000 hiding places for something that didn't want to be seen. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I was completely exposed here, miles from any help, alone in terrain that could swallow a person without trace. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to get back to camp and pack up and drive away from this place as fast as the washboard roads would allow. Instead, I forced myself to spend another hour studying the arch, making notes about light angles and compositions. Professional discipline warred with animal fear, and discipline won by the thinnest of margins. By early afternoon, I began the trek back to camp, moving as quickly as the inadequate trail runners would allow. The sun beat down mercilessly, and I stopped twice to drink from my water bottle, always feeling exposed, always feeling watched. I reached camp around 4 p.m., exhausted and dehydrated. The temperature had climbed into the mid-70s, unusually warm for early March. I ducked into the tent to escape the sun, intending to rest for just a few minutes. I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes again, the light had changed. Late afternoon now, the sun dropping toward the western horizon. I checked my watch, 5:47 p.m. That's when I heard the engine. I crawled out of the tent quickly, hope surging through me. Another vehicle meant another person, meant I wasn't alone out here, but as the sound grew closer, something felt wrong. The engine note was off, familiar in a way that made no sense. My truck appeared around the bend in the access road approaching the campsite. But my truck was right there, parked where I'd left it. I looked back and forth between the parked Toyota and the approaching one, my brain stuttering over the impossibility. The moving truck stopped about 50 yards away, its engine idling. Through the dusty windshield I could see a figure behind the wheel, features obscured by glare and distance. Then the driver's door opened and someone stepped out. My legs went weak, because the person walking toward me, wearing dusty jeans and a gray fleece jacket, was me. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to process what my eyes were showing me. The figure moved with strange, jerking movements, limbs swinging at wrong angles, gait mechanical and forced. It wore my missing left boot on its left foot. On the right, my stolen right boot from last night. Both my boots, both of them on this thing that wore my face. As it came closer, details emerged that made my stomach churn. The face was mine but wrong, features slightly too sharp, eyes sunken deeper than they should be, skin texture waxy and artificial. The mouth hung partially open, revealing teeth that looked too white, too perfect. The double stopped 30 feet away, swaying slightly. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, studying me with those hollow eyes. When it blinked, the lids moved too slowly, like mechanical shutters. "What?" My voice came out as a croak. "What are you?" The thing took one step forward. The movement was all wrong, joints bending in ways human joints shouldn't bend. It raised one hand, my hand, and pointed directly at me. That simple gesture broke my paralysis. I turned and ran. I didn't think, didn't plan, just ran blindly into the desert as evening light faded toward dusk. My inadequate trail runners slapped against rock and sand, offering no cushioning, no protection. Within minutes my feet were screaming in pain, but terror drove me forward. Behind me, I heard nothing. No footsteps, no pursuit, nothing. But that somehow made it worse. I couldn't hear where it was. Couldn't tell if it was following or waiting, or simply standing there watching me flee. I ran east, toward Combe Ridge. My only thought to put distance between myself and that thing. Sharp rocks bit into my feet through the thin soles. Branches tore at my exposed arms. I stumbled twice, catching myself before falling completely, momentum carrying me forward. The landscape darkened rapidly. Shadows pooled in the washes and stretched across the ground like grasping fingers. I'd left my headlamp in the tent, left everything behind in my panic. Now the world was reducing to shapes and silhouettes, definition bleeding away with the light. I don't know how long I ran. Time became meaningless, measured only in footfalls and gasping breaths. My lungs burned, my legs trembled, and still I pushed forward. Some primitive part of my brain had taken over, concerned only with distance and survival. Finally, as the last light died completely and stars emerged overhead, I collapsed in the sand at the base of a sandstone formation. I lay there gasping, my vision swimming, body pushed beyond its limits. Gradually, my breathing slowed. My racing heartbeat returned to something approaching normal, and in the silence that followed, I began to hear the desert at night, the rustle of small animals, the distant yip of coyotes, the whisper of wind through stone. Normal sounds, natural sounds, the sounds of a living world that had existed here for millennia before I arrived and would continue long after I was gone. I sat up slowly, taking stock. My feet throbbed with pain, likely lacerated and bleeding inside the thin shoes. My arms bore dozens of scratches from juniper branches, but I was alive, and I was alone. The panic that had driven my flight began to ebb, replaced by a different kind of fear, the practical fear of being lost in the desert at night, miles from camp, without light or water or any way to navigate. I forced myself to think rationally. The access road had to be south of my current position. If I could reach it, I could follow it either back to camp or out toward the highway. The road was the lifeline, the connection to civilization. I stood on shaky legs and looked around. The stars provided minimal light, just enough to distinguish rock from sky. I picked out the North Star and oriented myself, then began walking slowly south. The going was treacherous in the darkness. Twice I walked into juniper branches I couldn't see. Once I stepped into a shallow depression and nearly twisted my ankle. But I kept moving, driven by the knowledge that stopping meant spending the night exposed and vulnerable. Hours passed. I fell into a rhythm, moving carefully through the darkness, stopping periodically to check the stars and confirm my direction. My feet had gone numb, which was probably a blessing. The pain would return later, but for now I could move without constant agony. Then, impossibly, I saw lights ahead. At first I thought it was a hallucination, my exhausted brain conjuring hope from nothing. But the lights remained steady as I approached, resolving into the headlights of a vehicle parked along the access road. I stumbled toward it, fear and relief warring in my chest. What if it was that thing, waiting for me? What if it had simply driven around and anticipated where I'd emerge? But as I got closer, I heard voices, real, human voices speaking in concerned tones. A man and woman stood beside a silver Ford Explorer, studying something on a handheld GPS unit. "Help!" I croaked, my voice barely working. "Please help me." They spun around, the man raising a powerful flashlight that pinned me in its beam. I must have looked like something from a horror movie, bloody, scratched, wild-eyed, and stumbling. "Holy hell," the man breathed. He was maybe 50, weathered face and gray beard, wearing practical outdoor gear. The woman beside him, younger, reached for a medical kit in their vehicle. "Sir, what happened?" she asked urgently, moving toward me. "Are you injured?" I almost laughed at the absurdity of that question. I need help. Need to get out of here. Something." The words tumbled out incoherently as they guided me to sit on the Explorer's bumper. They identified themselves as Thomas and Gail, hikers from Colorado who'd been exploring the area. They'd gotten a late start and were heading back to their hotel in Bluff when they spotted me emerging from the darkness. Thomas handed me a water bottle while Gail examined my feet, which were indeed bloody and torn. "We need to get you to a doctor," she said firmly. I told them everything as Thomas drove carefully along the washboard road, Gail tending to my feet in the back seat. About the footsteps, the stolen boots, the backward-facing print, and finally about the double, the thing that had worn my face and stood swaying in the evening light. They didn't interrupt, didn't tell me I was crazy. Thomas's hands tightened on the wheel, and Gail's face grew increasingly troubled, but they listened. "We need to go to the police," Thomas said finally. "Or BLM Rangers, whoever has jurisdiction out here." "And my gear," I said, though the thought of returning to that campsite made my skin crawl. "Everything's still there. My camera equipment, my wallet, everything." We drove directly to the BLM field office just outside Bluff. It was after 9 p.m., but Thomas convinced a ranger named Glenn to meet us there. Glenn, a Navajo man in his 40s, listened to my story with an expression that grew progressively darker. "You were at Site 7, he asked when I'd finished. "Yes." "The furthest site out." Glenn exchanged a glance with Thomas, then stood abruptly. "We need to go back there. Tonight. If your equipment's still there, we need to secure it." "You believe me?" I asked, surprised. "I didn't say that," Glenn replied carefully. "But you're not the first person to report unusual experiences at that location. And you're clearly injured. Clearly something happened. We need to document it." The drive back out to the campsite felt endless. Glenn led in his official BLM truck, Thomas and Gail following in their Explorer with me. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, dread building with every mile. We arrived just after 11 p.m. Glenn swept the area with powerful spotlights before allowing anyone out of the vehicles. What we found made no sense. The campsite was completely empty. Not just my tent and gear, everything was gone. The fire ring I'd used was gone. The scattered stones I'd seen that morning disappeared without a trace. Even the ground looked different, undisturbed, as if no one had camped there in years. But there, sitting side by side in the exact center of where my camp had been, were my boots. Both of them, placed neatly together, laces tied in perfect identical bows. Glenn photographed everything, took measurements, made notes in a weathered notebook. He wouldn't let me approach the boots, treating the scene almost like a crime site. "This isn't natural," Gail whispered, standing close to Thomas. "This is really wrong." We didn't stay long. Glenn collected the boots, sealed them in an evidence bag, and we departed. As we drove away, I looked back once at the empty campsite. In the glow of the taillights, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, tall and still and watching. But when I blinked, it was gone. Back at the BLM office, Glenn made coffee while I gave a formal statement. Thomas and Gail stayed until I'd finished, their presence somehow comforting. "I need to tell you something," Glenn said quietly when the others had stepped outside. "That area, local people don't go there. There are stories, old stories, about things that live in the canyons. Things that can wear other shapes, other faces. Skinwalkers," I said, the word feeling heavy on my tongue. "We don't talk about them directly. It's disrespectful, dangerous even. But there have been incidents over the years. Hikers who come back changed, campers who report seeing themselves in the distance. A few who never come back at all. Why isn't it closed? Why let people camp there?" Glenn sighed. "Because most of the time nothing happens, and we can't close public land based on tribal legends. But we keep track. We note the reports, and we tell people like you afterward so you understand what you experienced." He paused, studying me carefully. "My advice? Don't come back. Whatever took an interest in you out there, it's not something you want to encourage. It wore your shape, learned your walk. I didn't need the warning. Even the thought of returning to that area made my chest tight with instinctive dread. Thomas and Gail drove me to a hotel in Bluff, helped me check in, made sure I had what I needed. The next morning I drove straight back to Arizona, barely stopping except for gas. My camera equipment was gone. Weeks of work lost. But I was alive. Later, safe in my apartment, I found that I couldn't look at any photographs from the trip. The few images stored on my phone from the first day, before things went wrong, filled me with a sick unease. I deleted them all, unable to bear even those innocent shots of desert landscape. Sometimes late at night, I wake with the certainty that someone is standing outside my window, that if I looked, I'd see myself staring back, swaying slightly, head tilted at that wrong angle. I never look. I stay perfectly still until the feeling passes. And I've never gone back to Comb Ridge. My name is Jack Phillips, and I'm 61 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened a few years back when I was still a park ranger at Whispering Pines State Forest in northern Michigan. Now, I wasn't new to the job. I'd been patrolling the trails and keeping an eye out for lost hikers for over 2 decades. It's not the kind of gig you do for the money, but more for the love of the outdoors and the peace it brings. My friends used to joke that I should have been born a century earlier, out there trapping and exploring like the old mountain men. Whispering Pines was a vast expanse of towering evergreens, crystal clear lakes, and rugged terrain. It attracted thousands of visitors each year, from casual day trippers to hardcore backpackers looking to test their mettle against nature. I'd seen it all over the years: lost kids, injured hikers, and even the occasional bear encounter. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that autumn. It started innocently enough. Late September brought a chill to the air and painted the forest in a breathtaking array of reds, oranges, and golds. Tourists flocked to the park to witness the spectacle, and we rangers were kept busy ensuring everyone stayed safe and followed the rules. My partner Ellen Rodriguez and I had just finished our morning briefing when the first report came in. Jack, Ellen, our supervisor Frank Mulligan called out as we were heading to our patrol vehicles. "Got a missing hiker reported near Beaver Creek. Family says he went out yesterday afternoon and never made it back to the campsite. Can you two check it out?" It wasn't an unusual request. Hikers sometimes got turned around or decided to camp out an extra night without letting anyone know. Ellen and I headed out, expecting a routine search and rescue operation. We found the missing hiker, Tom Bradshaw, about 3 miles off the main trail. He was dehydrated and a bit scratched up, but otherwise fine. What struck me as odd was his insistence that he'd been chased off the trail by something he couldn't quite describe. "It was big, Jack," Tom said, his eyes wide and voice trembling. "Bigger than any bear I've ever seen. And fast. God, it was so fast." I chalked it up to dehydration and fear playing tricks on his mind. We got him back to his family and thought that was the end of it, but it was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, we had an unusual spike in reports about people going missing. Now, that's not entirely unheard of. Folks get lost or injured, and sometimes they wander off the trails, thinking they're invincible. But this was different. The disappearances weren't adding up, and the unease in the community was palpable. I remember joking to Ellen one crisp October morning. Maybe Bigfoot's finally decided to vacation in Michigan. But deep down I was worried. Something didn't feel right in the forest I'd called home for so long. It all came to a head on a brisk late October day. The air was crisp, and the leaves were a fiery palette of reds and oranges. I was supposed to meet up with Ellen for a routine check of the trails. We always split up and covered different sections to make the rounds quicker. That day I was assigned to the northern part of the forest, an area not frequented much by tourists. Ellen didn't show up at our usual meeting spot. I waited for a good hour, thinking she might have gotten caught up with something. I tried calling her on the radio, but there was no response, so I figured I'd start without her. She was probably fine, I told myself. Maybe helping a lost hiker or dealing with some minor emergency. I was about 2 hours into my patrol when I noticed something off. There was this smell. Something putrid and metallic, like rusted iron mixed with decaying leaves. My first thought was maybe an animal had died nearby, but the forest has its way of cleaning up after itself. This smell was different, almost unnatural. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the scent. After all, it's part of my job to check for anything out of the ordinary. I found a small clearing, and that's where I saw it. Ellen's ranger hat was on the ground, covered in what looked like blood. My heart dropped into my stomach. There was no sign of Ellen, just the hat and a few scattered tools she usually carried. This wasn't a simple case of getting lost. Something bad had happened. I radioed for backup, but the response was crackly and full of static. Vance, trail, need, was all I could make out. I had no choice but to investigate further. I felt a sense of dread creeping in, but I pushed it aside. Ellen was out there, and she needed help. I followed a faint trail of blood leading deeper into the woods. My mind raced through 100 different scenarios, none of them good. The trail led me to an old rundown cabin. I knew about this place. It was abandoned years ago and left to rot. No one ever came out here, not even the most adventurous hikers. The door was ajar, and inside it was dark, the kind of darkness that eats up the daylight. I called out for Ellen, but there was no response. I stepped inside, and the smell hit me like a wall. It was stronger here, almost suffocating. That's when I saw it. In the dim light filtering through the broken windows, I could make out a figure slumped in the corner. It was Ellen. Her body was mangled, almost unrecognizable, and there were deep gashes all over her. I felt a wave of nausea but forced it down. I had to stay focused. Before I could process what I was seeing, I heard a noise from behind me. I turned around, and there it was, the creature. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, with long limbs and pale, almost translucent skin. Its eyes were the most unsettling part, black and void-like, as if looking into nothingness. It didn't move at first, just stood there, staring at me. I reached for my sidearm, but the creature lunged before I could draw it. The next few moments were a blur of terror and adrenaline. The thing was unnaturally quick. It swiped at me with claws that seemed to extend from its fingers, tearing through my jacket and into my flesh. Somehow, I managed to land a hit on its arm with my flashlight, and it let out a sound that was more of a hiss than a scream. It recoiled, giving me just enough time to scramble out of the cabin and into the woods. I didn't look back, just ran as fast as I could, blood dripping from my wounds and adrenaline pumping through my veins. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I collapsed from exhaustion and blood loss. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. They told me a couple of hikers found me unconscious near one of the main trails and brought me in. My wounds were severe, but I was lucky to be alive. The official report said Ellen was attacked by a bear, but I knew better. I told them what I saw, but they dismissed it as shock and trauma. Who would believe a story like mine? A 7-foot-tall creature in the woods. It sounded insane even to me. I couldn't go back to the forest after that. I took a desk job with the State Parks Department in Lansing, away from the trees and the memories. But I never forgot. Sometimes in the quiet of the night, I think about Ellen and that creature. It's still out there, I'm sure of it. They never found any more bodies after that, and the disappearances stopped. Maybe it moved on, or maybe it's just waiting. I don't know. All I know is that I'll never set foot in those woods again. The cabin was eventually torn down, and life in the nearby towns returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. People moved on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't seen the last of it. That creature, whatever it was, left a mark on me, a reminder of the things that lurk in the dark corners of our world. Ellen's family deserved the truth, but how could I explain what really happened? They held a small memorial for her, and I attended, feeling like a fraud for not being able to save her. Her husband, Mike, looked at me with eyes full of questions I couldn't answer. Their 2 teenage kids, Sarah and Jake, stood silently by their father's side, their faces a mixture of grief and confusion. I'd tried to go back to my life, but the nightmares followed me. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, reliving that moment in the cabin. I started seeing a therapist, Dr. Amelia Chen, but even she seemed at a loss when I described the creature. Maybe it was a manifestation of your trauma, she suggested, but I knew what I saw was real. Months passed, and I settled into my new routine in Lansing. The desk job was mind-numbingly boring compared to my days as a ranger, but it was safe. No unexplained creatures, no life-or-death situations, just paperwork and meetings. I thought I was starting to move on, to put the horror behind me. Then, one night in late March, I got a call from another ranger, Marcus Johnson. He was an old friend and one of the few people who didn't treat me like I was crazy after what happened. Marcus was now stationed at Whispering Pines, taking over my old position. "Jack," he said, his voice tense. "Something's happening here. A hiker's gone missing in the same area where you found Ellen. The search party found strange markings on the trees, and there's this smell, like iron and decay." I felt my blood run cold. I knew then that it was back, or maybe it had never left. I told Marcus to be careful and hung up the phone, my heart heavy with dread. I knew I couldn't stay away any longer. I owed it to Ellen, to the missing hiker, and to everyone who set foot in those woods. Against my better judgment, I packed my gear, including a gun this time, and headed back to Whispering Pines. As I drove through the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a terrible idea. But I had to do it. I had to face it, whatever it was. I met up with Marcus at the ranger station just as dawn was breaking. The familiar smell of pine and damp earth brought back a flood of memories, both good and bad. Marcus filled me in on the details of the missing hiker, a 28-year-old woman named Allison Cooper, last seen 2 days ago near Beaver Creek. We set out to search the northern part of the forest, the area where I'd had my encounter months before. It was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. We reached the clearing where I'd found Ellen's hat, and that's when we saw it. The creature was there, standing in the shadows of the trees, watching us. Marcus raised his gun, but I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The creature moved with a speed that defied logic, and before I could react, it was upon us. Marcus fired, but the bullet seemed to have little effect. The creature slashed at him with its long, razor-sharp claws, and he went down with a scream. I aimed my gun and fired, hitting it in the chest. It staggered back, and I took the opportunity to grab Marcus and run. We didn't stop until we reached the main trail, where a group of early morning hikers found us and called for help. Marcus was in bad shape, but he survived. The creature had disappeared into the woods, leaving us with more questions than answers. The official report once again blamed a bear, but I knew the truth. The creature was still out there, waiting for its next victim. I couldn't stay silent any longer. I wrote down everything I remembered, every detail of both encounters, and sent it to the local paper, the Whispering Pines Gazette. To my surprise, they published my story. It caused quite a stir in the community. Some people believed me, sharing their own strange experiences in the forest. Others dismissed it as the ravings of a traumatized man. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that the truth was out there. The forest was no longer just a place of beauty and peace. It held secrets, dark and terrible, that needed to be exposed. I never went back to being a park ranger. The memories were too painful, the fear too real, but I found a new purpose. I started a support group for people who had experienced unexplained phenomena in the wilderness. We met twice a month in a small community center in Lansing. At first it was just a handful of us, me, Marcus, once he recovered, and a few others who had read my story and reached out. But as word spread, our numbers grew. There was Lisa, a wildlife photographer who swore she'd seen something matching my description in the forests of northern Minnesota, and Tom, a retired geologist who had encountered strange, inexplicable phenomena during his expeditions in remote areas. Each story was different, but they all shared a common thread, the feeling that there was something out there, something beyond our understanding. I also started giving talks at local schools and community centers, not about the creature specifically, but about wilderness safety and the importance of respecting nature. I couldn't bring myself to scare kids with tales of monsters, but I could teach them how to stay safe, how to be prepared, and most importantly, how to trust their instincts when something doesn't feel right. As the years passed, the memories of that night in the cabin never faded, but they became easier to bear. I found solace in helping others and in knowing that I had done what I could to warn people about the dangers lurking in the wild places of the world. To this day, I still wonder what that creature was and where it came from. Was it some kind of undiscovered species? A government experiment gone wrong? Or something even more inexplicable? I don't have the answers, and maybe I never will. But I do know this: the world is vast and mysterious, and there are things out there that defy explanation. My experience changed me forever, opened my eyes to a reality I never knew existed, and while I can't go back to the person I was before, I found a way to move forward, to use my experience to help others and maybe, just maybe, prevent someone else from going through what I did. As I sit here in my small apartment in Lansing, looking out at the city lights, I can't help but think of Whispering Pines. The forest is still there, still beautiful, still drawing visitors from all over. But now, when the wind blows through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and earth, I imagine I can hear something else, a whisper, a warning, a reminder that in the depths of the wilderness there are secrets best left undiscovered. And yet, part of me knows that as long as that creature is out there, as long as there's a chance it might hurt someone else, I'll never truly be at peace. So I keep telling my story, keep helping those who've had similar experiences, and keep hoping that someday we'll understand what's really out there in the shadows of the forest. Until then, I'll be here, ready to listen, ready to help, and always, always watching the trees. The wind howled through the pines, carrying with it the scent of impending winter and something else, something older, wilder, and infinitely more dangerous. James Garcia, 63 years old and the longest-serving deputy in Harlan, Montana, felt it in his bones. He'd lived in this small town his entire life, watching it shrink as the younger generation fled to bigger cities, leaving behind a community of hardy souls who valued peace and quiet above all else. But on this night in October 1992, the quiet was shattered by a wind that seemed to whisper dark secrets. James sat in his patrol car, a battered Ford Crown Victoria that had seen better days, much like the town itself. The radio crackled to life, startling him from his reverie. "Deputy Garcia, come in. Over. James picked up the receiver, his weathered hand steady despite the chill that ran down his spine. Garcia here. What's the situation? We've got a call from Wallace Gibson out by the Hollows. Says he's seen something unusual. Probably just the wind playing tricks, but can you swing by and check it out? James sighed, glancing at his watch. It was nearly 11 p.m., and he'd been looking forward to ending his shift. But duty called, and in a town like Harlan, everyone looked out for each other. I'm on my way. As he turned the car towards the outskirts of town, James couldn't shake the feeling that something was different tonight. The Hollows had always been a place of local legend, a stretch of dense forest that even the most seasoned hunters avoided. Kids dared each other to venture in, but few ever did, and those who tried often came back with wild stories of strange noises and shadows that moved against the wind. The road narrowed as he approached Wallace's property, the asphalt giving way to gravel that crunched under the car's tires. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the gnarled trunks of ancient trees that seemed to lean in, as if trying to listen to some secret conversation. Wallace's house came into view, a small, weather-beaten structure that had stood against countless Montana winters. As James pulled up, he saw the old man standing on his porch, shotgun in hand, eyes fixed on the tree line. "Evening, Wallace," James called out as he stepped from the car. "Dispatch said you saw something." Wallace Gibson was a Vietnam veteran, a man who had seen horrors that most in Harlan couldn't imagine. But tonight his face was pale, his hand shaking as he gripped the shotgun. "James," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "there's something out there, something big." James approached the porch, his hand resting casually on his holstered sidearm. "Big like a bear? We've had a few come down from the mountains lately, looking for food before hibernation." Wallace shook his head vehemently. "No, not a bear. This was different. Had too many legs, James. Moving all wrong like it was hurt, but, Jesus, it was fast when it wanted to be." James felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. He'd known Wallace for decades, had seen him stand tall in the face of bar brawls and forest fires. To see him this shaken was unsettling. "Where did you see it, Wallace?" The old man pointed a trembling finger towards a dense patch of forest about 50 yards from his back door. "Over there." It was dragging itself along, leaving a trail. "But James, be careful. This ain't like anything we've dealt with before." James nodded, unclipping his flashlight from his belt. "I'll take a look. You stay here, keep an eye out. If you see anything at all, you fire that shotgun. Understand?" Wallace nodded, his grip tightening on the weapon as James made his way towards the tree line. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something metallic and sick, like spoiled meat left out in the sun. As he reached the edge of the forest, James saw the first sign that something was amiss. A trail of broken branches and torn leaves led deeper into the woods, accompanied by a smear of dark, wet earth. It looked as if something heavy had been dragged through the undergrowth. James followed the trail, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The trees seemed to close in around him, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. He could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears, nearly drowning out the sound of the wind. Then he heard it, a low, wet sound, like labored breathing, but wrong somehow, inhuman. James froze, every instinct screaming at him to turn back, to call for backup, to do anything but continue forward. But he was a deputy of Harlan County, and this was his job. He took another step, and then another, following the sound deeper into the hollows. The beam of his flashlight caught movement ahead, something massive shifting in the shadows. James felt his breath catch in his throat as the creature came into view. It was huge, easily the size of a moose. But that's where any resemblance to normal wildlife ended. Its body was covered in matted fur, patchy in places, revealing sickly pale skin underneath. Bones jutted out at odd angles, as if its skeleton was trying to escape its flesh. But it was the legs that made James's blood run cold. There were too many of them, long and thin, moving in ways that defied natural locomotion. They reminded him of spider legs, but grotesquely enlarged and powerful. The creature turned its head towards him, and James found himself staring into eyes that were impossibly black, seeming to absorb the light from his flashlight. For a moment, everything was still, the wind dying down as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then the creature lunged. James barely had time to draw his weapon before it was upon him. He fired, the sound of the gunshot echoing through the trees. The bullet struck the creature, but it barely seemed to notice, its momentum carrying it forward. One of its limbs struck James, sending him sprawling to the ground. Pain exploded in his side as he felt something crack, a rib, maybe two. His flashlight went flying, spinning through the air before disappearing into the underbrush. Disoriented and in pain, James struggled to his feet, firing blindly into the darkness. The muzzle flashes provided brief glimpses of the creature, its form twisting and contorting as it moved, always closer, always just out of reach. James emptied his clip, the last shot striking something vital. The creature let out a sound that was part scream, part roar, a noise that seemed to shake the very air around them. It staggered, its many limbs flailing wildly before it collapsed to the ground. For what felt like an eternity, James stood there, gun still raised, waiting for the creature to move again. But it lay still, black ichor oozing from its wounds, staining the forest floor. With shaking hands, James reloaded his weapon, never taking his eyes off the monstrous form before him. He approached cautiously, kicking the creature to ensure it was truly dead. As the adrenaline began to fade, the pain in his side intensified. James placed a hand against his ribs, feeling the warm stickiness of blood seeping through his uniform. He needed to call this in, to get help. But as he looked at the creature, at its impossible form and the black, empty eyes that even in death seemed to stare into his soul, James knew that nothing in Harlan would ever be the same again. With trembling fingers, he reached for his radio, his voice barely above a whisper as he spoke. "Dispatch, we're going to need backup out here, and call the state authorities. We've got a situation." As he waited for help to arrive, James Garcia, deputy of Harlan County, stood guard over a monster that shouldn't exist, in a forest that suddenly felt far older and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the sound of sirens in the distance. But underneath that, barely audible, was something else, a whisper, a promise that this was only the beginning. The next morning dawned cold and gray over Harlan. James Garcia sat in the small office of Sheriff Dawson, his ribs tightly bandaged beneath his shirt. The events of the previous night felt like a fever dream, but the pain in his side and the haunted look in Wallace Gibson's eyes were all too real. Sheriff Dawson, a stocky man with a permanent furrow between his brows, paced behind his desk. "So let me get this straight, James. You're telling me you shot and killed some kind of what? Monster?" James leaned forward, wincing at the movement. "I know how it sounds, Tom, but I saw it with my own eyes. Wallace saw it too. It wasn't any animal I've ever seen before." Dawson sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "And now the state boys have swooped in and taken the body. Convenient, isn't it?" There was a knock at the door, and Deputy Larson poked her head in. "Sheriff, the guys from Fish and Wildlife are here. They want to talk to Deputy Garcia." James felt a chill run down his spine. He'd been dreading this moment since he'd watched state troopers load the creature's body into a unmarked van in the early hours of the morning. Two men entered the office, their crisp uniforms a stark contrast to the worn furniture and outdated decor. The taller of the two, a lean man with close-cropped gray hair, stepped forward. "Deputy Garcia, I'm Agent Harding. This is Agent Cole. We'd like to ask you a few questions about last night's incident." The questioning lasted for hours. James recounted every detail, from the moment he received Wallace's call to the final desperate struggle with the creature. The agents listened impassively, occasionally exchanging glances that James couldn't decipher. "And you're certain it wasn't a bear? Or perhaps a mountain lion?" Agent Cole asked, his pen poised over a notepad. James shook his head emphatically. "No, sir. I've lived in these parts my whole life. I know what bears and mountain lions look like. This was something else entirely. Agent Harding leaned forward, his voice low. Deputy Garcia, I hope you understand the sensitivity of this situation. It's important that we contain any speculation about what happened last night. James felt a surge of anger. Are you asking me to lie? Not at all, Harding replied smoothly. We're simply asking for discretion. For the good of the town, you understand. As the agents left, James couldn't shake the feeling that there was more going on than a simple animal attack. The way they had dismissed his account, the speed with which they had removed the creature's body, it all pointed to something bigger, something they were trying to hide. In the days that followed, an uneasy quiet settled over Harlan. The official story, that a large, possibly rabid bear had been shot and killed, did little to quell the rumors that spread like wildfire through the town. James found himself at the center of it all. People would fall silent when he entered McCabe's tavern, only to burst into frenzied whispers as soon as he left. Some treated him like a hero, while others eyed him with suspicion, as if he were somehow responsible for bringing trouble to their quiet town. Wallace Gibson had become a virtual recluse, refusing to leave his house or speak to anyone about what he had seen. James visited him regularly, partly out of concern, and partly because Wallace was the only other person who knew the truth. They're out there, James, Wallace said one evening, his eyes fixed on the tree line beyond his property. I can feel them watching, waiting. James followed his gaze, seeing nothing but shadows and swaying branches. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Wallace was right. Something had changed in Harlan, and the hollow seemed darker, more menacing than ever before. As autumn deepened into winter, strange reports began to trickle in. Livestock gone missing, their pens found torn apart, hunters speaking of eerie noises echoing through the forests, and always the feeling of being watched. James did his best to investigate each incident, but there was never any concrete evidence, just broken fences, strange tracks that disappeared into nothing, and the growing fear that gripped the town. It was a bitterly cold night in December when everything came to a head. James was on patrol, his cruiser creeping along the icy roads that skirted the edge of the hollows. The radio crackled to life, dispatch's voice tight with panic. All units, we have multiple reports of disturbances near the old Miller farm. Possible animal attack. James's heart raced as he flipped on his siren and sped towards the farm. He knew the place well, an abandoned property that butted up against the hollows. As he neared, he saw other patrol cars converging on the scene, their lights painting the snow-covered ground in flashes of red and blue. The sight that greeted him would haunt him for years to come. The old barn had been torn apart, its walls splattered with blood, and there, in the trampled snow, were tracks, dozens of them leading in all directions. Tracks that looked disturbingly similar to those he had seen on that fateful night in October. My God, Sheriff Dawson breathed, coming to stand beside James. What did this? Before James could respond, a scream pierced the night. High, terrified, and abruptly cut short. It had come from the direction of the hollows. What followed was chaos. Deputies scrambled to form a perimeter, calling frantically for backup. James found himself moving towards the tree line, drawn by an instinct he couldn't explain. As he entered the forest, the world seemed to shift around him. The trees loomed impossibly tall, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. And there, in the shadows between them, he saw movement, swift, unnatural, and terrifyingly familiar. They came in a wave, creatures like the one he had killed, but also others, different in form but all bearing the same otherworldly wrongness. James fired his weapon until it clicked empty, then kept running, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He burst into a clearing and skidded to a halt. Before him stood a scene from a nightmare. A group of the creatures surrounded what looked like a pulsing organic portal, a tear in the very fabric of reality. Through it, James caught glimpses of a world that should not be, a place of twisted landscapes and impossible geometries. In that moment, James Garcia understood. The hollows had always been more than just a forest. It was a threshold, a weak point between worlds. And now, something had forced that door wide open. A voice called out behind him, Sheriff Dawson, leading a group of deputies into the clearing. The creatures turned, their attention divided between the newcomers and their portal. James made a split-second decision. He charged towards the portal, his mind racing. If this was the source, then maybe, just maybe, he could end it. James, no. Dawson's shout was lost in the cacophony of gunfire and inhuman shrieks. James reached the portal, feeling its energy pulsing against his skin. Without hesitation, he plunged his hands into its swirling depths. Pain unlike anything he had ever known coursed through him, but he held on, gritting his teeth against the agony. He could feel the portal resisting, trying to stay open, but he pushed harder. In his mind, he saw Harlan, the town he had sworn to protect, the people who depended on him. With a final desperate surge of will, he pulled. The portal collapsed in on itself with a sound like reality tearing apart. A shockwave of energy blasted outward, knocking everyone, human and creature alike, to the ground. When the dust settled, the clearing was silent. The creatures lay motionless, their forms already beginning to dissolve into nothingness. Of the portal, there was no sign. James Garcia lay on his back, staring up at the stars peeking through the canopy above. He could hear the voices of his fellow deputies calling out to each other in confusion and relief. Beside him, Sheriff Dawson knelt, his face a mask of concern. James? James, can you hear me? James tried to speak, but no words came. He felt different, changed in ways he couldn't begin to understand. But as he looked into Dawson's eyes, he managed a small nod. It was over. Whatever door had been opened was now closed, sealed by a sacrifice he was only beginning to comprehend. In the years that followed, Harlan slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be after such events. The official story spoke of a mass animal attack, with no mention of otherworldly creatures or portals to other dimensions. But the people of Harlan knew better. They spoke in hushed tones of the night the Hollows came alive, and of the deputy who had saved them all. James Garcia never fully recovered from his encounter with the portal. He retired from the force but remained a fixture in the town, always watching the tree line with knowing eyes. And sometimes, on nights when the wind blew just right, carrying with it the scent of pine and secrets, the people of Harlan would lock their doors, draw their curtains, and pretend they didn't hear the whispers from the Hollows, whispers that spoke of other worlds, and the thin barriers that separated them from our own. For they knew that while the door was closed, it was not forgotten. And in Harlan, Montana, the wind would always carry stories, some too terrible to believe, and others too true to deny. My name is Arthur Turner, and I am 74 years old. For the past 5 years, I've been working as a park ranger at Whispering Pines State Park in northern Minnesota. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it suits me just fine. Most days I spend my time making sure visitors follow the rules, picking up trash, and occasionally helping out lost hikers. The peace and quiet of the forest feels like home to me now. But there was one day, about 2 years ago, when something happened that shook me to my core. It's a story I've told very few people, partly because I'm not sure anyone would believe me, and partly because I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. It was early October, and the air had that crisp chill that heralds the coming of winter. The leaves were just starting to turn, painting the forest in a palette of reds, oranges, and golds. I was working the morning shift, which meant I was up before dawn, ready to start my rounds as the sun peeked over the horizon. Whispering Pines isn't one of those big famous national parks that draw tourists from all over the country. It's a smaller, state-run affair, mostly frequented by locals who appreciate its quiet beauty and well-maintained trails. After 5 years on the job, I knew every inch of those woods like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. My first task that morning was to check the perimeter fence on the north side of the park. It was about a 2-mile hike from the ranger station, but I didn't mind. The walk gave me time to wake up properly and enjoy the crisp morning air. I had my thermos of coffee in one hand and my radio in the other, ready to call in if I found any damage or signs of trespassers. As I made my way along the fence line, a thick fog began to roll in. It wasn't unusual for this time of year, but it always made me a little uneasy. The way it muffled sounds and limited visibility, it was like walking through a world of cotton wool. I was about halfway through my inspection when I noticed something odd. A section of the fence, maybe 10 feet long, was completely mangled. It wasn't just broken or cut, it looked like something had torn through it with incredible force. The metal links were twisted and bent, and there were deep gouges in the wooden posts. I frowned, examining the damage more closely. This wasn't the work of any animal I knew. Bears could do some damage, sure, but this looked more like someone had taken a giant can opener to the fence, and it didn't look like typical vandalism either. There was something deliberate about it. I keyed my radio. "Hey Marge, you there?" Marge Olson, my colleague and closest friend at the park, responded almost immediately. "Morning, Arthur. What's up? I found some strange damage on the north fence. Looks like something tore right through it. Any reports of unusual activity or large animal sightings?" There was a pause before Marge replied. "Negative on both counts. You think it might be vandals?" I hesitated. "I'm not sure. It doesn't look quite right for that. I'm going to investigate a bit further. Might take me a while to get back." "Roger that, Arthur. Be careful out there, and keep me posted." I clipped the radio back to my belt and took a deep breath. The sensible thing would have been to wait for backup, but curiosity got the better of me. I decided to follow the trail of destruction, hoping it would lead me to some answers. As I stepped through the mangled fence, I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was colder on this side, the fog thicker somehow. The usual sounds of the forest, birdsong, rustling leaves, the occasional scurrying of small animals, were conspicuously absent. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft crunch of leaves under my boots. I walked for about a quarter of a mile, following a trail of broken branches and disturbed earth. The fog made it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead, and more than once I nearly lost the trail. But then I stumbled into a small clearing, and what I saw there made my blood run cold. It was a campsite, or what remained of one. 2 tents lay in tatters, shredded beyond repair. Camping gear was strewn everywhere. Sleeping bags, backpacks, cooking equipment, and there was blood. Not a lot, but enough to know that someone had been hurt. My heart was pounding now, a mix of fear and adrenaline coursing through my veins. I scanned the area, looking for any sign of the campers, but the clearing was deserted. With shaking hands, I reached for my radio again. "Marge, I found something. A campsite, completely destroyed. There's blood." Marge's voice came back, tight with concern. "Jesus, Arthur. Are there any victims? Do you need me to call for backup?" I took another look around the clearing. "No sign of anyone yet. Let me check for clues before we call this in. Might be nothing." "Arthur, this doesn't sound like nothing. Be careful, okay?" I promised I would, and started to examine the campsite more closely. The tents were beyond saving, but I managed to find a backpack that was mostly intact. Inside was a map of the park, some energy bars, and a wallet. The ID inside belonged to a Mark Jensen from Minneapolis. I made a mental note of the name, thinking we'd need to contact his family. As I was zipping up the backpack, something caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the fog, was a set of tracks leading deeper into the woods. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, too large to be human, but clearly bipedal. Each print was nearly 2 feet long, with what looked like claw marks at the ends of elongated toes. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn back, to radio for help and wait for backup. But if there were injured campers out there, every minute could count. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow the tracks. The trail led me deeper into a part of the forest I'd rarely visited. The trees here were older, their gnarled branches reaching out like arthritic fingers. The fog seemed to cling to everything, turning the world into a gray, formless void. I could barely see the tracks now, relying more on intuition than sight to stay on the trail. I'm not sure how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that mist-shrouded forest. But eventually, I emerged into another clearing, smaller than the first. In the center stood an enormous oak tree, its trunk easily 10 feet in diameter. The tree looked ancient, its bark gnarled and twisted into shapes that almost resembled faces. At the base of the tree, I found more blood and what looked like scraps of torn clothing. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I moved closer to the tree, my flashlight beam cutting through the fog. That's when I saw it. Crouched at the base of the tree was something. At first glance, it looked almost human, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized how wrong that initial impression was. The thing was tall, impossibly tall. Its limbs too long and jointed in all the wrong places. Its skin was a mottled gray like the bark of a dead tree, and seemed to shift and ripple as if it couldn't quite decide on a solid form. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. They were huge, taking up far too much of its face, and so dark they seemed to absorb the light from my flashlight. As those eyes locked onto mine, I felt a chill that went beyond mere physical cold. It was as if something fundamental had been taken from me, some essential part of my humanity stripped away in an instant. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other. Then, faster than I could blink, it moved. One moment it was crouched by the tree. The next it was gone, disappearing into the forest with a speed that defied belief. The fog seemed to swallow it up, leaving no trace behind. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind struggling to process what I'd just seen. It was impossible. It had to be impossible. And yet, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that it had been real. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Arthur, come in. You've been silent for over an hour. What's going on?" With trembling hands, I raised the radio to my mouth. "Marge, I saw something. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't natural. I'm heading back now. Arthur, you're scaring me. Just come back to the station. We'll call in the authorities and sort this out." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth or tracking. I just wanted to get as far away from that clearing as I could. The fog seemed to clutch at me, branches reaching out to snag my clothes, but I pushed through it all. By the time I made it back to the ranger station, I was gasping for breath, my lungs burning. Marge was waiting for me, her face pale with worry. "Arthur, what happened out there? You look like you've seen a ghost." I collapsed into a chair, trying to catch my breath. "I don't know, Marge. Something attacked that campsite, and I think it hurt someone. I followed the tracks and I saw something, but it wasn't human. It couldn't have been human." Marge's expression was a mix of concern and disbelief. "We need to call this in, Arthur, now." The next few hours passed in a blur. We reported the incident to the local sheriff's department, who organized a search team to investigate. They found the campsite just as I'd described it, and even some of the strange tracks I'd followed. But there was no sign of the creature I'd seen, nor any trace of the missing campers. The search went on for days, with teams combing every inch of the park. They found Mark Jensen's car in the parking lot, confirming that he and at least one other person had been in the park. But beyond that, it was as if they had vanished into thin air. I was questioned repeatedly by the sheriff's department, and later by state investigators. I told them everything I'd seen, holding nothing back. I could tell from their expressions that they didn't believe me, at least not about the creature. They were more inclined to think that I'd stumbled upon some kind of animal attack and that the stress and fog had played tricks on my mind. After a week of fruitless searching, the official investigation was scaled back. The incident was classified as a missing persons case, with animal attack listed as a possible cause. Whispering Pines was closed to the public pending a full review of safety protocols. In the weeks that followed, I found myself struggling to come to terms with what had happened. I replayed the events of that day over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of something that defied all logic. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or had fear and fog combined to create some kind of hallucination? Marge and I were reassigned to administrative duties while the park remained closed. One evening, about a month after the incident, we were having a drink at O'Malley's, the local bar where most of the park staff hung out. The conversation, as it often did these days, drifted back to that fateful day. "You really think it was some kind of creature?" Marge asked, nursing her beer. "Not just a bear or something?" I shook my head. "I know what I saw, Marge. It wasn't any animal I've ever encountered. It was something else, something that doesn't belong in our world." Marge was quiet for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. "You know, there are stories about these woods, old stories, passed down by the Native American tribes that used to live here. They talk about a creature they called the Wendigo." I raised an eyebrow. "Wendigo? Isn't that some kind of cannibal spirit?" She nodded. "In some versions, yeah. But in others, it's described as a malevolent spirit of the forest. Tall, gaunt, with eyes that can steal a person's soul. Sound familiar?" A chill ran down my spine. "You believe in that stuff?" Marge shrugged. "I didn't. But after what happened, I don't know, Arthur. Maybe there's some truth to the old legends." The idea of the Wendigo stuck with me, and over the next few weeks, I found myself researching Native American folklore whenever I had the chance. The stories varied, but they all described a similar creature, tall, otherworldly, and terrifying. A hunter that preyed on the unwary, particularly those who ventured too far into its domain. Whispering Pines reopened to the public about 2 months after the incident. New safety measures were put in place, including a buddy system for hikers and more frequent patrols. Marge and I were back on regular duty, but things were never quite the same. Every time I walked through those woods, I felt like I was being watched. The shadows seemed deeper, the silences more oppressive. I never saw the creature again, but the memory of those dark, soul-piercing eyes haunted my dreams. As the years passed, the incident faded from public memory. The case of the missing campers remained unsolved, just another mystery to be speculated about around campfires. But for those of us who were there, who saw the aftermath and felt the lingering presence of something ancient and malevolent, the forest would never be the same. I'm retiring next month, hanging up my ranger hat for good. Marge keeps telling me I should write a book about my experiences, but I'm not sure the world is ready for that story. Some things I've come to believe are better left in the shadows. But as I prepare to leave Whispering Pines for the last time, I can't help but wonder what really happened that foggy October morning. What was the true nature of the creature I encountered? And most chillingly of all, is it still out there, waiting in the dark heart of the forest for its next unsuspecting victim? I don't have answers to these questions, and perhaps I never will. But I do know one thing for certain: the woods aren't as safe as they seem. There are things out there, things we don't understand and perhaps were never meant to. And sometimes it's better to leave them be, undisturbed in their ancient slumber. As for me, I'll be content to spend my retirement far from the deep woods, where the only shadows I need to worry about are those cast by the setting sun on my porch. But on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I'll think back to that day in Whispering Pines, and I'll wonder about the secrets that still lurk in the heart of the forest. It was the kind of night that made you question your sanity. Cold, dark, and silent in a way that wasn't peaceful but oppressive. I was sitting in the squad car, staring at the dashboard clock, watching the seconds tick by, each one louder than the last. The town of Cannon, Colorado wasn't known for much. A few hundred people, a diner, a gas station, and a police station where I spent most of my time. It was 1994, and I was the night shift cop. They called me Ed, short for Edward Jacobs. My wife used to joke that I had a face for radio, a voice that matched, and the patience of a saint. She left me 3 years ago, but I wasn't bitter much. She couldn't handle the long hours, the lonely nights, or the fact that I didn't mind either. "It's not normal," she'd say. "You're not normal." Maybe she was right. Cannon was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone else's business. It was nestled in a valley, surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills. The main street was lined with small businesses: Joe's Hardware, the Cannon Diner, and the Sunshine Motel, which hadn't seen much sunshine in years. The town had seen better days, but it was home. I'd been on the force for 15 years, watching the town slowly change. The sawmill that had been the lifeblood of Cannon closed down in '89, and things had been tough ever since. People left, looking for work in bigger cities. Those who stayed behind struggled to make ends meet. It made for a tense atmosphere, like a pot always on the verge of boiling over. Tonight, though, something felt off. It wasn't the usual quiet. It was a silence that seemed to press in on you, like the air was waiting for something. I'd been sitting in the car for hours, parked at the edge of the forest where Route 52 met the old logging road just outside town. The forest was thick here, dense with pine and aspen, the kind of place where the dark could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. It was a place with history, bad history. People went missing here, or worse. Old-timers talked about the forest in hushed tones, telling stories of strange lights and eerie sounds. Most folks chalked it up to too much moonshine and an overactive imagination, but there were enough unexplained disappearances over the years to make even the most skeptical person wonder. The radio crackled, startling me out of my thoughts. It was Frank, the dispatcher. "Ed, you there?" "Yeah," I replied, voice low, trying not to startle myself. "We got a call from Sarah Abernathy. Says Tom hasn't come home from his hunt. He was supposed to be back by noon. Said he was heading up Eagle Ridge." Eagle Ridge, I knew it well. A treacherous part of the forest, not far from where I was. It wasn't like Tom to be late, and it sure as hell wasn't like him not to call. Tom was an ex-Marine, tough as nails. But even the toughest guys could have accidents. "I'll check it out," I said, already starting the car. The old Ford grumbled to life, headlights cutting into the dark as I pulled onto the dirt road. The wind picked up, pushing against the trees, making them sway like they were whispering secrets to one another. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. The drive to Eagle Ridge was short, but it felt like it took forever. The trees closed in around the road, branches scraping against the car like bony fingers. I turned onto the narrow trail that led up to the ridge, my headlights barely piercing the thick underbrush. After a few minutes I saw it. Tom's pickup truck, parked at the end of the trail, half hidden by the trees. The door was open, and his rifle was propped against the front seat, but there was no sign of Tom. I got out of the car, my boots crunching on the gravel. The air was colder here, the wind sharper. I called out his name, but the only response was the rustling of leaves. My breath hung in the air as I moved toward the truck, scanning the area with my flashlight. There was something on the ground, a trail of blood leading into the woods. Not a lot, but enough to tell me that something was very wrong. I followed it, heart pounding in my chest, the beam of my flashlight flickering as if the batteries were dying. The trail led deeper into the forest, winding through the trees like a serpent. The further I went, the thicker the trees became, closing in around me until it felt like I was walking through a tunnel. The wind was gone now, replaced by a heavy stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Then I saw it. Something large, a shape in the darkness, hunched over, feeding on something. My breath caught in my throat as I raised the flashlight. It was an animal, but not like anything I'd ever seen. It was huge, easily the size of a bear, but its body was wrong. It had long, sinewy limbs covered in matted fur, and its back was hunched like it had been broken in several places. It turned its head towards me, and I saw its face, if you could call it that. It was a twisted, malformed thing, with a snout that jutted out unnaturally, and a mouth that seemed to stretch too wide, filled with sharp, broken teeth. I didn't have time to react before it charged at me, moving with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for something its size. I fired my gun, the shots echoing through the trees, but the thing didn't stop. It was on me in a second, knocking me to the ground with a force that knocked the wind out of me. I felt its claws rake across my chest, tearing through my uniform and into my flesh. I managed to kick it off, scrambling to my feet as I fired again, this time hitting it in the side. It let out a horrible sound, somewhere between a scream and a roar, and fell back. I didn't wait to see if it would get up again. I ran, stumbling through the trees, the sound of the creature crashing through the underbrush behind me. I could feel the blood running down my chest, the pain sharp and burning. But I didn't stop. I didn't stop until I burst out of the trees and into the clearing where Tom's truck was. But Tom wasn't in the truck. He was lying a few feet away, face down in the dirt, a bloody mess. His rifle was still slung over his shoulder, unused. I could see now what the creature had been feeding on. I reached the truck, fumbling with the keys as the thing burst out of the trees behind me. I got the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut just as the creature lunged at the window. The glass shattered, but the door held. I started the engine and floored it, tires spinning in the dirt as I sped down the trail. I didn't stop driving until I reached the station. I stumbled inside, bloodied and out of breath, collapsing into a chair as Frank and a couple of the guys rushed over. They took one look at me and knew something was very wrong. I told them what happened, every detail. They listened, their faces pale, their eyes wide. Frank was the first to speak. "Jesus Christ, Ed, we need to call the state police, maybe even the feds." I shook my head. "No one's going to believe this, Frank. We need to handle it ourselves." He didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "All right, what's the plan?" "We go back," I said, wincing as I stood up. "We need to get Tom's body, and we need to find that thing before it hurts anyone else." Frank led the way, a shotgun in his hands, the others following with rifles. But when we got to the truck, the creature was gone. The only thing left was Tom's body, torn apart, and the blood-stained earth where the creature had stood. We found tracks, deep gouges in the dirt where it had run, but nothing else. We searched the woods for hours, but there was no sign of it, not even a trace. They believed me, though. How could they not? The evidence was right there, staring them in the face. The next few days were a blur. We had to tell Sarah about Tom. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. She collapsed when we told her, her screams echoing through the small house. The official report said it was an animal attack, probably a bear. But we all knew the truth. The town was on edge. People were scared to go into the woods. Hunters went out in groups, armed to the teeth, but the creature never came back. Or at least, if it did, we never found out. Weeks turned into months. The town tried to move on, but there was a tension in the air that never quite went away. People looked at the forest differently now, with fear and suspicion, and they looked at me differently too. They knew I had seen something out there, something that didn't fit into their understanding of the world. I threw myself into work, spending long hours patrolling the town and the surrounding areas. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had missed something, that there was more to the story than what I had seen that night. It was about 6 months after that night when I started digging deeper. I couldn't let it go. The image of that creature, the sound of its roar, they haunted my dreams. I needed answers. I started with the town records, looking for any similar incidents in the past. It didn't take long to find something. In 1952, a logger named John Hawkins had gone missing in the same area. His body was never found, but his axe was discovered, covered in blood that wasn't human. Then there was the case of the Miller family in 1978. They had gone camping near Eagle Ridge and never returned. The official report said they probably got lost and died of exposure, but their campsite was found intact with no signs of a struggle. The more I dug, the more cases I found. Every few decades, something would happen. People would go missing or turn up dead in ways that didn't make sense, and always in the same area of the forest. I reached out to some contacts in other towns, asking if they had ever seen or heard of anything similar. Most of them laughed it off, but a few got quiet. They had stories of their own, whispered accounts of things seen in the dark that shouldn't exist. One night, about a year after the incident, I got a call from an old-timer named Bill Johnson. He said he had something to show me, something that might help explain what I had seen. I drove out to his cabin on the outskirts of town. Bill was in his 80s, a former logger who had lived in Cannon all his life. He led me into his cluttered living room and pulled out an old leather-bound book. "This belonged to my grandfather," he said, his hands shaking as he opened it. "He was one of the first settlers in this area. He wrote about things he saw in the forest, things that weren't natural." I flipped through the pages, my heart racing. The book was filled with detailed drawings and descriptions of creatures that looked disturbingly similar to what I had seen that night. But there was more. The book talked about old Native American legends, about a place in the forest where the veil between worlds was thin. "They called it the Hungry Ground," Bill said, his voice barely above a whisper. "They said it was a place where things from the other side could cross over, things that feed on fear and pain." I left Bill's cabin with more questions than answers, but also with a sense of purpose. I wasn't crazy. There was something out there, something that had been haunting these woods for generations. It was almost exactly a year after Tom's death when it happened again. A group of hikers went missing near Eagle Ridge. When the call came in, I knew in my gut what we were dealing with. This time I was prepared. I had been studying Bill's book, learning everything I could about the Hungry Ground and the things that came from it. I gathered a team, Frank, a couple of the younger deputies, and Bill's grandson, Jake, who knew the woods better than anyone. We set out at dawn, armed with more than just guns. We had charms and talismans that Bill had given us, things he said would protect us from the creature. I didn't know if I believed in all that, but I wasn't taking any chances. The forest was quiet as we made our way up the ridge. Too quiet. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of leaves under our feet. We found the hikers' campsite first. It was a mess. Tents torn apart, equipment scattered everywhere, and there was blood, a lot of it. That's when we heard it, a low guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. We formed a circle, backs to each other, weapons ready. It came at us from the trees, moving so fast it was just a blur, but this time we were ready. We opened fire, the sound of gunshots echoing through the forest. The creature howled in pain, but it didn't go down. It charged at Jake, knocking him to the ground. I saw its jaws open wide, ready to tear into him. Without thinking, I threw myself at the creature, ramming into it with all my strength. We tumbled down the slope, a tangle of limbs and fur and teeth. I felt its claws rake across my back, felt its hot breath on my face, but I didn't let go. I pressed the charm Bill had given me against its skin and started reciting the words he had taught me. The creature let out a scream that shook the trees. Its body began to twist and contort, as if it was being pulled apart from the inside. There was a flash of light so bright it blinded me, and then nothing. When I opened my eyes, the creature was gone. In its place was a scorched patch of earth, still smoking. We found the hikers, or what was left of them, in a cave nearby. It was a grim scene, but at least we could give their families closure. As we made our way back to town, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The creature was gone, but the Hungry Ground remained, and as long as it did, there would always be a risk of something coming through. It's been 10 years since that day on the ridge. I'm not a cop anymore. These days, I spend my time researching, documenting cases like ours from all over the country. There's more out there than most people realize, more than they want to know. Cannon's changed, the town's smaller now. A lot of people left after what happened. Those who stayed, they know the truth. They respect the forest, fear it a little too. I still go out there sometimes, to the edge of the Hungry Ground. I stand there and listen to the whispers in the wind, wondering what's on the other side, waiting to cross over. But that's not my concern anymore. I did my job. That's all there was to it. Now, I just try to make sure others are prepared for what's out there in the dark. Because there are things in this world that don't belong. Things waiting in the shadows. And sometimes, The only thing standing between them and the rest of the world is a small-town cop with a flashlight and a gun.